Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Talk with the Titans, live from London, UK, all the way to the US of A and worldwide. I'm your host, Kalam L, and this is Talk with the Titans. Tonight's show is about African history, its philosophy, its religion, its ideas, and we're also going to be talking about the African prophets as well. So these African prophets, we're talking about the priesthoods that set up all throughout West Africa, South, Middle, Central Africa, East Africa, etc., and how it's trickled down into the Bible, Quran, etc., etc., etc. So it's going to be a very interesting, a very intellectual show indeed. So what I'm going to ask you guys to do before we even start is please hit the share button. Let everybody know that we're live right now. I've got two panel members here with me so far, my brother Jordan and my brother Sarah, and they're definitely going to be going through a lot of this information as well. Before we start, let me know if you want the link to come in to ask any questions or make any commentary as well. You know the drill. My Facebook detail is down below in the description box, so anybody's welcome to come on here with us after the exposition has been given and to ask any questions or make any comments. I see you guys going live, going in the chat section. Keep it up. Definitely going to be reading out your comments as well. So first of all, you know what? Yeah, I want to know. I want to know what Africans have actually contributed to civilization, to history itself. So, brother Sarah, if you're there, I want you to start this off because you know what? We always have to start from the ontology. We always have to start from the beginning of things. So I want you to give me a quick breakdown.
Let's go from the beginning, or a beginning, as far as we can go back. I'm going to read from a book called The Hosea, called The Sacred Wisdom Egypt by Maulana Karenga. And if anyone knows Maulana Karenga, you will know that he's the originator of the holiday called Kwanzaa that people celebrate every year. He's translated the creation stories from the Nile Valley. Yes, and I want to see if anybody's just tell me if this sounds familiar. Thus said Ra, Lord of all, Lord of the utmost limits. After he had come into being, I am the one who came into being as Kepa, comes into being and brings into being. Itself came into being. Beings came into being after I came into being. Were the beings that came forth from the commands of my mouth had not yet come into being, nor had earth, the ground, been created, or the things that creep and crawl upon it. Up beings in primordial waters as inert things, found no place on through my art. I created forms of every kind. Many were the forms which issued forth from the commands of my mouth. Not yet had I established Shu, the power principle of light and air, nor sent forth Tethnut, power and principle of moisture. There existed no one who acted together with me. There existed, I'm going to repeat that. There existed no one who acted together with me. I conceived it with my own heart. And there came into being a vast number of forms from divine beings as forms of offspring and forms of their offspring from them. Now that, according to the Nile Valley, is how things came into being. To me, that sounds very similar or familiar as, one God working by itself to bring things into being from himself. He is the only one who actually brought things into being. He said there was no other people, nothing else working with him. He brought it into being from primordial waters, as he said himself. I think we are very, I use the word ignorant, but not in a negative term. Ignorant just means lack of knowing. I think we lack the knowing of our own creation stories as to how things came into being. And this is just one creation story from the Nile Valley that has been translated into English. And so for me, it shows where, remember, at this point in time in the Nile Valley, Abrahamic religions had not been formed. They had not had their conception. There was no Abraham, there was no Moses, there was no Jacob, no Isaac, no Muhammad, no Quran, no Bible. At this point, there was none of that. There was only these teachings. And so we have to understand on the line of chronology, these things came first. This teaching came first. These Africans of the Nile Valley were teaching this as the creation story. And so much later do we now get the other creation stories that we now know in the Abrahamic religions. And I'm just saying to people, if we don't know our own stuff, we will cling on to stuff that is not our own, however, is quite similar to what we already have.
That's right. That's right. Trust me. You know, that goes for that. You know, there's that famous saying, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And, you know, if you don't stand for your own African traditions, your own African culture, your own African heritage themselves, you will fall for anything outside of your own indigenous self. And we're seeing that because we're understanding that, you know, a lot of these religions, okay, a lot of these religions has its root in African philosophy, which has been changed, altered, some say corrupted, you know, whatever you want to say it, it's been changed, it's been altered, okay? And then it's been fed back into, you know, the African mind. And in feeding it back into the African mind, we have to wonder who are these people feeding it back to us? And it's usually people outside of our own culture. It's people outside of our own race. And at that point, they take the stance of authority. You know, they are the authors, they are the authority, and therefore we now have to be subject to their own divine rulings or their own commentaries or exegesis or whatever it is. We now have to become subservient to that. But once we know ourselves, once we actually know ourselves, our own history, our own heritage, and we have, you know, a vast wealth of creation stories. We have a vast wealth of, very strong, parables and teachings and wisdom teachings, etc., etc., etc. You know, it behooves me to wonder why we actually need to cling on to other people's information. I don't understand why. Maybe because we lack knowledge of ourselves that we simply cling on to everybody else's stuff. But, you know, if we asked, you know, that's a good question. You know, we know all of these things to do with, for example, with the Abrahamic faith. You know, you may believe that you're a Hebrew Israelite, or you may believe that you are the true, you know, Arabs or whatever it is. But the question is, like, those people who are part of those three Abrahamic faiths, you know, how much time do they actually spend in learning about your own indigenous African culture and history? Do they celebrate it, or do they simply say it's devil worshipping and so forth? You know, how much time do they actually spend, if you're from, you know, the East, go into the Chinese and the Hindu stuff, etc., etc.? How much time do they actually spend going into those stuff, or they just simply discard it? So if they discard your stuff, what makes you feel as though you should actually reverence their information, their Abrahamic faith, if they don't want to show you that same courtesy? And then to make it worse, you know, it's not just that you're looking into their stuff, you're actually falling into their stuff. You're actually choosing to follow their religious practices and so forth over your own African culture and practices, which is just, I don't know. You know, that's something for me I don't understand. But at the same time, I understand, you know, you should want to understand your own African heritage. That's me personally. That's my only upsettedness, so to speak. But yeah, let me get this popping, man. Let me get this popping. I'm seeing what Kufu Team Osiris members are in the building. Peace, peace, peace. Who else we got here? We got Jordan. What you saying, King?
I definitely like to touch what I was saying about the kind of the information, kind of Abrahamic religions, and especially when we're dealing with kind of Africa or the kind of continent as a whole, instead of kind of the separated European kind of forged states where it's not natural to the kind of Africans. We don't deal with things like that. But on another topic, I would like to go into the kind of similarity between the Egyptians and the Empire of Benin, and their kind of methodology and their kind of thinking. Just like the brother Sarah was saying, that the first being was the first being, and he created all things, or after himself, say to say.
Definitely. So real quickly, I want to know, okay, from my audience members out there, who don't know too much. No, now I want to know from my audience members out there, were you aware that within inside of our African culture and history, that we have the one archetype creator deity there already? We already have a deity that creates, a deity that brings things into existence. We already have a deity that calls things or speaks things into existence as well. Are you aware of these facts, or not? Because a lot of times, you're clinging onto the Abrahamic faith, but you've never actually thought to yourself, what other religions are out there? What other philosophies are out there? What other heritages are actually out there that has these similar stories? So I'm just putting out there, are you aware of these types of things? So yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Definitely. I think that most people these days are prescribed certain kind of and certain element as their culture, their community, or their kind of own kind of biased perception, as some may say. But I would say that in Benin, in the Empire of Benin, there was the first god, the first person that they believed was called Pa Edu. And he was non-mortal. He was a god king, a celestial mystique. Like, he was not of this kind of material that we are made from today. We went through, as Sarah was pointing out, we went through a transformation from celestial godhood to material being. And it was through this kind of transformation that we uncovered certain things about the world, into the world, and we became more material. We gained blood that made us cold inside. We gained bones that hardened our grit. And it eventually led to the kind of transformation we today. Theological people are in our community, especially in our community, and we can go further into the kind of beliefs and all of those things. But I believe that ancient Egypt is right, because we can go in and we can see that the Day of Judgment was actually, shall we say, from Egypt. You remember the 42 laws, 42 negative confessions represented by the feather. And where do you go if you unbalance that scale? You're sent to the lake of fire. So the Day of Judgment, the afterlife, fiery, kind of place of damnation, was actually inherited by the Abrahamic religion and other people after that. So yeah, that's just what I want to contribute.
Thank you, my bro. Thank you again. Wow. Falling mics. Yo, if you want to get involved, I'm just seeing you guys talking in the comment section. If you actually want to get involved, all you have to do is go to my Facebook, which is Kalam, SPEL. You go there, just inbox me. A lot of you guys have done it before in the past. All you have to do is inbox me in there. Let me know you would like the link, and I will simply send you the link, and you can join in straight away. That's how it is. That's how it gets done. I don't know if it's on my end or my computer, but it seems as though the mic sound a lot, very much so choppy. It sounds very choppy. So I want to ask my panel members if you are able to get closer to the Wi-Fi, anywhere closer to the Wi-Fi, so it doesn't give you that choppy feeling at all. Real quickly, again, for you guys out there, if you're enjoying the show so far and you love Titans TV, just give us a big thumbs up. I like to see it. So far, I'm just seeing you guys got like over 18 likes so far. So I like that. But just let me know so I can get the feel of what's going on inside of the of the actual video itself. And if you've got any comments, like after the video is finished and you're just watching it and you just drop it down, drop it in the comment section. I'm trying my very best to reply to all of your comments beforehand as well. So please hit us up with some likes and some more comments. I'm seeing the likes rising 21, 23. I see that. I love that. Love that, my people. Love that, family. All right. You know what? Kufu, you there, King? Because I ain't had you on the show for so long, man. How you saying? What you saying, King?
Peace, Lord.
Peace, peace, peace. What you saying, man? Talk to us. Talk to the family, man.
Team Osiris is on the horizon. Talk with the Titans. It is at its zenith.
Jeez, I love that. Do you know what else? I would love for you to do. Yeah, you got like the book of the Ahmadawad and all the breathing flesh and all them things there. We need to get you on the show. Dedicating. We're gonna work something together. We're gonna dedicate a show based on that type of information because it's a must now. It's a must. We need to push forward this comedic information that people, and I don't think anywhere else to this degree and to this level and to this consistency, people are actually pushing for this African and comedic philosophy to the fullest. So I need you, man. I need you on this thing. What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm here for you. Definitely on that. And I would like to just say real quick, like the text, same purpose of those texts, like the Pertinent Hebrew and, the coffin text, the pyramid text. The literature, like you hear things in the literature where they states there's no member of my body that is not the member of the Netzer, and things as I am Ra day by day. The ideal and the mind of the practitioner in order to raise himself to a state in that which he will become the transformation aspect out of your daily life to put you in a mind state in order for you shed, like to stick the shed off that break so like the brother was saying, the blood and more so this mortal being, and to inspire you to be greater than just a person or human. And that was a made personally, literature or Ra, or these deities weren't actually, writing literature. So it's definitely a philosophical perspective from a priest who has actually observed nature and realized, okay, these things are taking form in nature. So what better way to express this throughout the culture or throughout my people than to put ourselves in those situations to think like that and to create these festivals and, try to emulate nature in its most pristine form. So I definitely agree with you. It definitely needs to be brought back into the mind state of the people. And, for the most part, the people, they're going to deal with these Abrahamic faiths for the simple fact that a lot of people, definitely outside of the continent, that was the first form of literature that they started reading. So there wasn't really too many options for them at the moment. And resources, the cultural norms, you're going to have to conform to those if you want to be a part of a successful society, or you want to be deemed as normal and accepted by the dominant society. So I definitely agree with you, brother.
Jeez, powerful again. Everybody, she's dropping some bombs. All right, remember, because I don't know if it's me, if it's only me that's hearing it, it's becoming very choppy. I may have to alter my my mic settings. I don't know what it is, but it's getting very choppy. Let me know out there if it's choppy as well for you. And I'll see what I can do. Okay. Also, we got brother Edo, man. Edo, you there, King? All right. If you're not, let me know. Let me know if you're here.
Yeah,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Perfect. So we're going in, man. We're going to be touching on all of different aspects of African history, its contribution, and all sorts. Trust me, I see you lot messaging me via Facebook as well. I'm going to jump in there real soon, and we're going to get it popping. I swear we was talking about the 42 laws, or the 42 negative confessions, and its apparent similarities, or some people claim it's plagiarized. So I don't know who wanted to touch on that. I've got the Book of the Dead here with me right now if you wanted to read from it, or I can actually read out from of course my personal hero itself, Anthony Browder. So let me just quickly read out something here. It says here, by conservative estimates, the 42 declarations of Ma'at were written approximately 1,500 years before the writing of the 10 commandments. So 1,500 years prior to the 10 commandments, the 42 negative confessions was in existence. Okay. By comparison, the two documents, one will find striking comparisons. The following list reflects the numbering most commonly used in the English language, reference to the 10 commandments, and those which are similar to the 42 declarations are highlighted by parentheses. So he goes into it and he breaks down the similarities. But I don't know if someone else wanted to take over, because I know that was the next item on the list. Sarah, was that you or was that Jordan?
That's me. If I can fix this camera. Yeah. I don't know. Jordan, do you want to take over, or do you want me to do it? I don't mind.
No, you do that, my bro.
All right. So I'll just read. I'm going to read from this book here. The African Origins of the Major Western Religions by Dr. Yusuf A. Benja-Cannon. Dr. Ben, as he's known, right? Number one, I have not done iniquity. Number two, I have not committed robbery or violence. 3, I have not done violence to no man. 4, I have not committed theft. 5, I have not slain man or woman. 6, I have not made light the bushel. 7, I have not acted deceitfully. I have not purloined the things which belong to the God. I have not uttered falsehood. I have not carried away food. I have not uttered vile words. I have not attacked man. I have not killed the beasts which are property of the God. I have not eaten my heart or done anything that I may regret. I have not laid waste to ploughed land. I have not pried into matters. I have not sent forth. So I have not set my mouth into motion against any man, sorry. I have not given way to anger concerning myself without cause. I have not defied the wife of a man. I have not defiled the wife of a man. I have not committed transgression against any party. I have not violated sacred times and seasons. I have not struck fear into any man. I have not been man of anger. I have not made myself deaf to words of right and truth. I have not stirred up strife. I have not made no man weep. I have not committed acts of impurity or sodomy. I have not eaten my heart. I have not abused no man. I have not acted with violence. I have not judged hastily. I have not multiplied with deceit or work. I have not cursed the king. I have not fouled water. I have not made haughty my voice. I have not cursed God. I have not behaved with insolence. I have not sought distinctions. I have not increased my wealth except with such things that are my own possessions. I have not thought scorn of God. 42 of them. And for me, this is poignant because it says, I have not. It says, I have not. It didn't say, thou shalt not, which means this is being recited by the person. This is not being instructed by God. And to me, that means the person knows that they should not do these things. They're not commanded to. Sorry. So, someone's creeping in the room. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. It's all right. You can come on camera if you want. Anyway, no. Yeah, to me, it's more poignant because they're basically in that have not done these things. Not thou shalt not. God's not commanding thou shalt not do it, which means that the human beings of the of that time knew what not to do and what to do. They didn't need a God to command them what not to do. And so to me, that seems like human beings had a very centered sense of self and who they had to be and what they had to do, instead of being commanded, you don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. On a side note, I've been told or shown that in the Muslim world, Arabs were told by Muhammad not to bury their children alive in the desert. And Muslims have said, oh, you know, they used to bury their children alive in the desert. And Muhammad came and stopped that practice. And I've said, well, what human doesn't know that they're not supposed to bury their own child alive in the desert? You know, to me, that seems basic, that you're not supposed to. If your child is bawling, you know, and you're putting sand on them while they're alive, you know, not to bury your child alive in the desert. So you don't need to be told that stuff. It's like innate stuff, like basic stuff. So when you get to the negative confessions and it's the person who's saying, I have not done this, this kind of shows to me that the person already has an innate kind of moral compass.
Can I add to that?
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, I think the kind of cultural illiteracy when it comes to our kind of history, our philosophy, and our kind of cultural mores is devastating. And I think that that's why people are more susceptible to buy in or just accept plainly rather than investigating their own kind of histories and their own kind of origins, so to speak. And I think because the kind of generations before us haven't kind of instilled in that kind of necessity to make sure you have an understanding not just of Egypt or Benin or Zimbabwe or where the Songhai tribe in Ghana, wherever we're talking about. Like you have to have a kind of holistic viewpoint where you're not stuck in a kind of historical norm, where you understand there was so many empires and great tribes and great historical figures for you to kind of uncover and excavate. It's all waiting for you right there. And I think that this kind of channel is the kind of perfect place to kind of disseminate that kind of information. And when we're talking about the kind of, as I would kind of say, the more inheritance, or I don't know if I want to call it theft at the moment, but the more inheritance of these kind of laws, these moralities and these kind of ethics and ways of doing things. I think the more kind of important thing to say is that we kind of were the fathers of these things, and we kind of, rather than let someone else prescribe to us what they think is right and wrong, we actually were the forefathers of what was right and wrong, and we kind of need to take that authority back. So yeah.
Perfect. That's real. I want to know as well. It's a question I'm going to throw out to you guys. Okay. You know, if we have our own, 42 negative confessions, which you lot have as 10 commandments, do we need your 10 commandments? I'm talking about African people as a whole. Okay. You already have this philosophy. You already have this, as part of your heritage. Like, is there any need now for you now to accept somebody else's rendition of telling you what not to do when you yourselves already knew what to do and what not to do? Do you need this? Like, do you need 10 commandments if you already know what to do and what not to do? And if you don't need those 10 commandments to tell you what to do and what not to do, why are you accepting them and holding on to them? Another question is as well, I've got to ask you this question. Moses as well was a person that gave the Shema Israel, which was literally Hero Israel, and he gave you lot, your 10 commandments, etc., etc., etc. So I want to know, for those people who are outside of the Hebrew Israelite, faith, why have you accepted these particular commandments when you yourselves are not actually Israelites? Moses was speaking directly to Israelites. And if you're not an Israelite, why are you accepting those things as something to rule your own particular life? That's a question I've got to ask. I've got to ask those questions. I really do, because I'm trying to understand. I really want to understand. So let me know, answer those questions down below. You know what? Also, I know you was talking about different legacies, which is actually inside of the Bible itself. I've got here Psalms 104. I don't know if anybody could pull up Psalms 104. If you've got a Bible, could you pull up Psalms 104? Let's see if I can actually do it. Guys, please pull up your Psalms 104 if you can. All right, because I definitely want to see this up. Show me your Psalms 104. All right. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to attempt to share my screen. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. And I want to know, let me know, is there any similarities to what you are reading? Okay. So here we go. This is Psalms 104. And I'm going to start reading. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Does anybody know where it is? I've got Psalms 104 here, but I'm not too sure if this is where it is.
Hang on. Does it start with praise the Lord, my soul, Lord, my God, you are very great?
I've got here, thou makest the darkness and it is night.
Let me see that. All right.
I don't know if the reference is the right reference, if it is 104 or something else. I don't know if you can help me. Who's got it? So you can help me. Okay. Well,
I'm looking, bro. I'm looking.
Okay. I'm gonna just wait a little bit longer until we can actually find it, to see it. And because that would be really good to actually see a nice comparison of ancient Egyptian texts within inside of the biblical text itself. So maybe we may have to just put that on a hold. But if you have got the opportunity, it's Akhenaten's hymn.
Is it Psalms 1 or Psalms 2?
I'm not too sure. I'm literally just going on a Bible website right now to see if we can find it. Yeah, it's got here the parallels between Psalms. So basically, let me see if I can do this like this. I've just pulled up a biblical website where it's got it in there. Don't know if this will work. Okay, so this is Project Augustine Biblical Studies, Near East Studies, parallelisms between the hymn to Aten and Psalms 104. So it says here, sole God besides whom there is none. Yahweh, my God, you are very great. How many are your deeds? You made the earth as you wished, you alone, all people's herds and flocks. Yahweh, how manifold are your works in wisdom? You have made them all. The earth is full of your creatures. When you set in western lightlands, earth is in darkness as it is in death. You make darkness and it is night, etc. Every lion comes from its den. The young lions roar for their prey. When the sun rises, they withdraw, lie down in their dens. When you have drawn, they live. When you set, they die. When you hide your face, they are dismayed. When you take away their breath, they die, etc., etc. I don't really want to go through the whole thing, but biblical scholars themselves have shown that there is a remarkable similarities between the Old Testament Psalms and ancient Egyptian teachings itself. They claim that it's actually, directly taken from one particular source, which is the Akhenaten hymns, and actually placed within inside of the Bible itself, which is very, very interesting. They've also made that same claim about the Proverbs as well. So, I don't know if you found any information, but unfortunately, I wasn't.
Yeah, I found Psalms. It says the same thing. There's a comparison between Psalms 104 and the hymns of Akhenaten. I'm reading what you're reading.
Okay. So yeah, as we can see, already within inside of African culture, we have these great, hymns that are being spoken, are being sung, that even the biblical scholars themselves, and authors of such books, such as Psalms, literally took these hymns, collated or collected these hymns and placed them directly into their spiritual books known as the Psalms themselves. So, if we already have these types of hymns and teachings and so forth, again, my question is, and that your biblical scholars have to now borrow from them, why don't you just simply go to the source? Why don't you simply go to the source and look to see about the richness and wealth that ancient Egyptians had in their own literature itself? Why don't you go into civilizations like the Benin civilization, the Ghana civilization, the Songhai civilization, the Nok civilizations, etc., 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 and learn about your own culture, learn about your own history, and not giving away your divinity to other groups of individuals, other people who are in power and authority over other religions? That's my question. Like, why do we keep running to them? Why do we keep going outside of ourselves to go elsewhere? Fair enough if you're a Hebrew Israelite, I don't have no problem. Fair enough if you're a Hebrew Israelite and that's your culture, no problems, no qualms. Fair enough if you're an Ethiopian Christian or Ethiopian Jew, whatever, no qualms. That's part of your tradition. But for everybody else, why are you running over into those traditions and completely obfuscating, completely denying your own heritage in favor of another group's heritage itself? Go ahead, King.
Yeah. If you're a Bible reader, you will see that Acts 7, verse 22 states, Moses was educated in all the wisdom of the Egyptians and was powerful in each and action. You got to think about this. Moses was, just think about the story. If a Moses existed, I'm not saying he did, but let's go along with the story. If a Moses existed and he was raised within the house of Egypt, he was brought there as a baby and he was raised there, he would have heard everything that the Egyptians were teaching to one another. He would have heard the whole. It's like we live in, you and I live in the UK, right? We know the Queen. We're raised in the education system here. We know how they educate the children here. Okay, Moses was raised within the same house. He was raised in the house of the Egyptians. The Bible states it, Acts 7, verse 22. And they said he was educated in the wisdom of the Egyptians and was mighty and powerful in words and speech. Okay, so you have to ask yourself, if there was a Moses, who did he learn from? Because we read the negative confessions, 42 of them, and Moses apparently came out of Egypt and then came back with the 10 commandments. And you can find all of those 10 commandments in the 42 negative confessions of Egypt. And so you just have to kind of use your brain, you know what I mean? So instead of being such people that are led by their feelings, you've got to just use your brain and say, if there was a Moses and he did live in Egypt and he was raised there, did he know what the Egyptians knew? Yes, he wasn't raised among the quote unquote peasants. He was raised in the house of the Pharaoh, in the house of the king, and they were taught certain things. And so if Moses comes out now and says, oh, it was God, It was God that taught me all of this stuff. It's like, well, we can actually find everything that quote unquote God taught you in the teachings of the Egyptians. So was it God that taught you, or was it the Egyptians?
Fire! There is fire on the mountain.
And
Wow.
not only that, but in I think it's Exodus 3:14, when Moses asks God what his name is, he says, "I am that I am," which you will find in the Pert Em Hebrew, which it states Puk Nu Puk, which states, "I am that I am."
Jeez, you lot are going in, fam. Hey, yo, Kufu, if you could draw that reference, you know, because I think the family needs to see these things as clear as day.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna shoot it to you. But not only that, the Quran does too. Like if one of the major salats, once you say the opening, I think it's Al Ikhlas. I think if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's Kuhu Allahu Ahad, Allahu Samad, Walam Yalid, Walam Yulad, Walam Yakulu Kufuwan Ahad, which means say He is Allah, the one and only, Allah, the eternal absolute. He begets not, nor is He begotten, and there is none like unto Him. But in the papyrus of Nesi Amsu, it states that He was never begotten, He was never produced. You know, He created His own self, and that He is one. So it's kind of like the same thing is going on there too. But I'm gonna shoot you that reference up.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. Look at that. This is what I love. When we have so many people coming on, they can get it on and popping. You know, can we make that same claim about Jesus again as well? You know, because I heard, you know, when I went to Sunday schools as a youth, you know, he went to Egypt and he stayed there for a long period of time. And when he came back, according to Luke, I believe 240 or 250 or something along those lines there, he was wax wise in wisdom. You know, he was strong in the spirit after going there. And when he come back, he was astonishing the Pharisees and the Sadducees inside of Jerusalem by the teachings that he had. And for those of you lot who do know, you know, please, like, you lot need to stop purchasing some of these books. Like, purchase some of these books. The Book of Enoch. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I could just do this. The Nag Hammadi Scrolls. Okay, purchase some of these books. Let me see what else. I'm trying to draw for certain things. I don't even know if I could draw for anything else at present. I was trying to look for the which book is it? The Dead Sea Scrolls. When you go into those things there's new evidence coming out to suggest that, you know, these Essenes, okay, these Essenes were actually part of an Egyptian, had an Egyptian origin, that Jesus himself was actually learnt in the Egyptian, in the Essene schools. They were quoting a lot. The early church fathers were quoting a lot from Enoch. Jesus himself was quoting a lot from Enoch, and these are all Egyptian teachings yet again. So, you know, I really wanted to go into it and actually find something for you, but unfortunately, I'm just doing this off the cuff. So next time, I'll even show you the Book of Enoch. You know, this goes into depth. Okay, this goes into depth. Then there is the Book of the Dead. When you actually read, not the Book of the Dead, sorry, the Dead Sea Scrolls, they go into depth. They show you, they break it down in the commentaries to let you know all of the teachings, or the majority of these new teachings, these spiritual teachings that Jesus had, were all originating in the Book of Enoch, was all originating in these Egyptian cults, or these Egyptian sects themselves. So it just seems as though that a lot of these stuff that you lot are learning about, you know, in terms of your Bibles and Quran, are simply coming out of Africa, simply coming out of Egypt, simply coming out of Ethiopia, etc., etc., etc. And my question to you again, I'm going to keep posing this question, you know, if you are a part of these religions, why haven't you, as of yet, gone back into Africa, gone back into Ethiopia, gone back into Egypt, gone back into these particular vicinities and learn of the culture, its history, its heritage, its literature, etc., 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 and see, it from your own perspective. See it from your own perspective rather than somebody else's perspective. All right, I'm going to yield again. So who's next? Who's next? Who's up?
Okay, I'll try and answer the question for you. What you have is a disconnect. There's a mental disconnect. So when it comes to religion, the average African has been conditioned to accept the Abrahamic faith, usually either Islam or Christianity. Those are the popular ones. Judaism's a bit exclusive. And then within that, what you then find is that people will still practice certain elements of their traditional spirituality systems, but it's not done overtly. And it's not unique to Africa. So, for example, if you were to go to somewhere like Malaysia or Indonesia, some of the traditional practices are forbidden by Islam, but they do it regardless. So you have this disconnect of where they feel that anything African, as far as spirituality is concerned, is negative and should be shunned. But at the same time, they also acknowledge that it's their heritage. And so you get this like dipping your toes in both waters, depending on which way the wind blows. So you get the guys who go there on a Sunday, they'll do the vigils, the prayers, they do the fasting, etc. Then the next day, the same person is going to see Babalawo. Say, hold on, what's going on here? So you have this duality. It's probably the best word for it, duality.
All right, thank you. Yo, what you saying? What's next, man? What's next? What other information you lot are dropping, man? I'm giving the
Can I
show
just
to
say-
you guys, man.
Sorry. Can I just say, for the family to look at these Abrahamic religions interestingly, and you have to understand that everybody came to Africa. Like you said, Jesus went to Africa. Moses was born in Africa, in the Nile Valley, and was floating there. Remember, the Nile Valley is one of the very few rivers on the planet to flow from the interior to the exterior. So the Nile Valley has two rivers. The Nile starts off the Blue Nile and the White Nile, and the interior of those rivers flow from either Ethiopia or Uganda. Okay, and so Moses was found floating down the river into Egypt, not floating because the Mediterranean is on the outside, so it didn't flow from the Mediterranean into Egypt because that's not the way the river flows. The river flows from the interior of Africa out to the Mediterranean. So this Moses was found floating from either Uganda or Nubia or Ethiopia into Egypt. Okay, and so when he was raised in Egypt, that's where he got his information. Abraham apparently got a revelation from God. Where must he go? Got to go to Africa. Got to go to Egypt. I think there were 70 of them, or 70 something of them that went into Egypt. And prior to going into Egypt, they had no organized religion. He said he went there because God told him. But there was no organized religion. But when they left Egypt, what did they have? When they left Africa, they had an organized religion called, right? And so we have to understand that everybody keeps going to Africa and then leaving Africa with something, right? They go into Africa with nothing, but they leave with something. And that says a lot about what is going on with Africans in the Nile Valley for me.
Jeez. When I'm going in, hold on, real quickly. I would like to
My
give thanks. Hold on 1 second. I've got to give thanks, man. Come on. Every single time somebody does this, I have to shout them out and let them know. Like, again, if you lot would actually like to support us and donate to us, all you have to do is click here. There is a super chat button, and you literally, get to donate to us. So I'm going to give a big shout out to, Sister Tafari. She just donated to us, money to us. So I'm grateful for you, sister. I'm grateful for you. Trust me, all of that goes a very long way to keep these shows up and running, to keep the lights on, to keep the bills paid, to doing all of this great work for you guys. So I am very much so appreciative of you guys for donating, helping out Titans TV to keep progressing. Hopefully in the very near future, okay, in the very, very near future, what we're going to do is we're going to organize. We're going to get very much so organized, okay? So you're going to see it. Things are going to be changing out here where we're going to actually put forward some study sessions for you guys. We're going to put forward some curriculums to actually study and learn more, because I know you guys there are hungry to learn some knowledge, but unfortunately, via the other media stations that are out there, you don't get the opportunity to properly learn. You've left with all this great knowledge, but there's no community to actually, test each other on and implement things that you're learning as well. So definitely we're working on something behind the woodworks to actually give you something that will benefit you, that will help you as fully as possible. We definitely do want to get some feedback. Let us know the types of things that you would like. If it's history, do you want a book list of history? Do you want a curriculum of what your children should be learning growing up? What you should be learning, in terms of economics, or how can we set up businesses and help each other, etc., etc. So we're definitely going to be pushing forward these things in the near future. It's always been part of the plan of Titans TV to help you guys in that fashion. So hopefully we're going to bring something, and that's going to be very informative and helpful for you guys. All right. Where are we? I should really be reading the comments, but I don't know if I've got some time for that. So yeah, my brother, you just, you went in on those things there, because boy, there's a lot of them. There's Joseph as well. He was in Egypt. Abraham, Egypt. Who else? All of them had to go Egypt, or what? Not all of them. Not be so blasé with it, but the majority of them had to go to Egypt or into Ethiopia at some point. We have people like Moses or Musa marrying an Ethiopian. So we have all of this. We know we have who had the sons Manasseh and Ephraim. The Egyptians, yet again, they had to marry into the Egyptians. Why is it that they will keep marrying into these particular groups of people? Other groups of people, it was completely haram or unlawful for them to marry into. But Ethiopians and Egyptians, that's funny. How come you always wanted to tie your vines there? And for those people out there want to say, yeah, they were black, no problem. I don't particularly have a problem if you want to claim that Moses and Jesus and all these other people here were black. I'm just simply saying to you, why don't we go back to the African roots to these things? You with me? So if you're a Hebrew Israelite and you're, a black Muslim and whatever things there, whatever it is, like, that's cool. I'm just asking you, why don't we go back to our particular roots? Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
actually,
sorry.
I'm different.
Somebody else?
No, do your thing, my bro. I'll go after you. Yeah, my bro. Do your thing.
All right. I just want to add a little something. What I've noticed with the Abraham religions is that everybody came in, learnt, took, and then left. And then in the religious books, what the switch happened, you see. Egypt was demonized. You see, if you read the religious books, Egypt became demonized. Evil Pharaoh, he did this. We don't like the Egyptians anymore. That is a tactic. That is a war tactic, to take stuff from people and then demonize them. So now what we have is black people looking at Egypt through the eyes of demonization. Okay, not understanding that these people came in and took everything from them. And now if I go to Kalam's house, take everything from his house, and everything that I know came from Kalam's house and say, you know what, Kalam is an X. Kalam is a guy that we don't like. Now everybody hates Kalam, not realizing that everything that I have came from Kalam, right? And so I think this is a very sinister tactic that these Abrahamic religions did by taking everything from our people and then demonizing them and then feeding it back to our people as we are the actual demons when they're the demons that actually took from us.
Jeez. Go ahead, King. Drop that knowledge, King. Drop that knowledge. Jordan, go ahead.
My brother, the first thing I have to say is that the most finest historical library in the world was burnt down, and that was in Egypt. So when we're talking about we don't have the kind of we don't have the literature of our ancestors, we do, or we did, but it was taken away from us. So to me, it's when people get it misconstrued and think, oh yeah, it's all oral, it's all passed down, or it's all kind of, it's nothing in concrete. I noticed these kind of Abrahamic people, they like concrete things in stone, and I understand that. But one other thing I would like to point out as well is that it's not just the kind of Abrahamic religions that were ciphering off this kind of information that the ancient Egyptians had. You remember there were the Greeks as well. Even Plato, in his own words, says he studied under the Greeks. All the philosophers in his day, all the scientists, all the kind of people that attended the schools of magic, they were from Greece. So you have to understand that it was a deciphering project from many different angles. And you can even read Martin Barnell. He's actually got a book called The Black Athena, which is actually a beautiful book, I won't lie to you. And in that book, he shows you how the kind of process began, where Egypt began to fail through invasion after invasion after invasion, and this material was getting siphoned off. So, and even it reminds me of when Dr. Henrik Clark was saying, when someone asked him a question, and he replied, when Alexander the Great crossed the ocean and got to Egypt, he said, finally, the home of the gods. Called to question. The oracle said, how old are you? And Alexander the Great replied, 32. And the man said to him, in 20 years, you will be ready to ask me a question. And that's the kind of deep, sacred, kind of spiritual, celestial knowledge that these people kind of had. It wasn't one field. They didn't discriminate in their knowledge or compartmentalize their thinking. They had a holistic kind of astrophysical, celestial, physical, all of these kind of realms combined into one. And that's the kind of beauty that we have to kind of show, that it was lost, but we have now kind of got the kind of resources and the kind of street scholars that are willing to kind of excavate this information and bring it to, yeah.
Defo King, hold on. I just wanted to quickly piggyback off what you were saying and just drop this real quickly as well. Hold on, where is it? Let's see if I can get it. You know, because what you were saying right there, I just wanted to go into that with the Greek. So I'm just reading from Clement of Alexandria. This is the Stromata. So if you go into chapter 15 of his book, the Greek philosophy in great part derived from the barbarians, it talks about it here. It says, the most two show Homer to have been an Egyptian. If you don't know about Homer, he was the one who read, there it is. Real quickly, for those who don't actually know. Give me a second. Let me just take this.
Is it the Homer's Odyssey?
There you go. So if you don't know about this, this is Homer. He wrote the Odyssey right there.
Yeah, Homer's Odyssey. Yeah.
Yeah, trust me. This book is it's a good read. It's a real good read. It's a real good read. All right. You know, they talking about, let me just quickly go back into it just so you know who these people are and what they wrote. It says here that most too show Homer to have been an Egyptian. Okay, so when you think you're reading Greek literature, it's actually Egyptian literature. Thales was a Phoenician by birth and was said to have consorted with the prophets of the Egyptians, as also Pythagoras, okay, did with the same persons by whom he was circumcised. that he might enter the Aditum and learn from the Egyptians the mystic philosophy. Imagine that. Imagine that. These people had to be circumcised before they actually entered within inside of the temple to learn more of its mystical teachings. You know, I wonder where Abraham learned about circumcision from. You know, surprisingly, after he went to Egypt, you know, the Lord now told him to circumcise himself. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, let me continue. That he might enter the Egyptian philosophy. He held converse with the chief of the Chaldeans and the Magi, and gave a hint of the church, now called in common the common hall, which he maintained. It says here, and Plato does not deny that he procured all that is most excellent in philosophy from the barbarians, and he admits that he came into Egypt. When writing in the Phaedo that the philosophers can receive aids from all sides, he said, great indeed is Greece, O Sebes, in which everywhere there are good men, and many are the races of the barbarians. Thus Plato thinks that some of the barbarians too are philosophers. And it goes in, it keeps on going on, it keeps on going on. And it says here, recognizing the Phaedrus, the Egyptian king showed him to be wiser, etc., etc. The immortality of the soul. It says that Pythagoras is reported to have been a disciple of Sonkes, the Egyptian prophet, and Plato of Sechenufis of Heliopolis, and Eudoxus of Syniodos of Canophis, who was also an Egyptian. And in his book on the soul, Plato again manifestly recognized prophecy when he introduced prophets announcing the word, etc., etc. So I just have to drop that real quickly, you know, just to piggyback off what you're saying, that even the Greeks themselves, even, you know, the church fathers themselves, a lot of them knew that all of their wisdoms that you're finding in Aristotle, you're finding in Plato, Socrates, Thales, Solon, Pythagoras, who else am I missing out on? Homer, Hesiod, all of these different types of people, you know, are actually coming from the Egyptians themselves. Actually, they were initiates inside of the Egyptian mystery schools. So I just wanted to just piggyback off that, but continue. Edo?
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly say one thing, that sometimes we focus too much on Egypt. And for me, I think the reason for that is because you have the Romans and the Greek developing from Egypt. So for me, going back to Africa is more than just Egypt, it's more than Sudan, it's more than Ethiopia. There's an entire continent. So nobody talks about the South, the East, Central, or the West. We all focus too much, in my opinion, focusing too much on Egypt. So I think to fully understand things, we need to look a little bit beyond Egypt.
100%. 100%. Like I always say, Egypt is just literally like, you know, what we can actually see. Like it's that, you know, you have the Amun Ra principle, you have Amun, which is the hidden, and the Ra, which is the manifest. That is just the manifest beauty of ancient African wisdom teachings, you know, that is filled with throughout the continent. That's just it right there. That is it right there, where we can literally pick up a book on literature, and it gives us information. Whereas when you go into the interior Africa, oh man, that's the heart of it. The Congo, West Africa. For me, when everybody asks me, you know about Egyptians and West Africa, listen, West Africa is the seed of the ancient Egyptians. Okay, is that simple. West Africa is the seed of ancient Egyptian teachings. Nobody can't tell me no different than that. So really and truly, these are the places that we really need to go back into. These are the places where the culture and the heritage is still alive and vibrant today. You know, if I was to tell anybody which systems to actually adopt in Africa, like go back to where your heritage lies. Goes back. If you don't know where your heritage is, go back, do a DNA test, whatever it is, whatever it tells you, choose that particular ethnicity and learn about their culture, learn about their spirituality, go back there, visit, and find out more from those people itself. That's what I say. Egypt is just a nice place to look at the manifest greatness of the interior of Africa. But where you really need to go is to go back to the heart, where you were originally from, and choose those spiritual systems, choose those heritage, and learn about your personal journey, or your genetic journey into being who you are today.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead, King.
One thing that I think we have to take into consideration when we're doing these kind of excavations of history is that invasions, slavery, colonization, and then leads us to the kind of present day we have today, where the kind of historical artifacts that we would have had if we didn't go through these kind of numerous invasions and destructive slavery kind of systems, and then a process of colonization just to kind of put the bow on everything, I think we would have more to kind of cherish. And I do think it's a kind of shame at the end of the day that you can go to the British History Museum and see more about certain cultures in Africa than you can in Africa. I think it's a shame that we let these people still even hold our most treasured possessions and our most kind of sacred items. And I think it's our kind of duty to make sure that we kind of restore this kind of, just like the brother was saying, this holistic kind of viewpoint to where everyone is included. The brotherhood is made up of every kind of tribe. There's no one that dominates. So yeah, just to say that.
And you know what's funny? I still hear people in the comment section, arguing whether the Egyptians were white or black. Like, that's such a redundant. That's so redundant. Like, really? Like, really?
Like, you can't read. Like, what,
like,
you can't read?
I don't
read
even
what they
like,
say, innit?
Like, is that simple? Like, you know what? Let's do it like this. All you have to do, really and truly, yeah. Like, we could do it. We could do it like this. We could do a few more litmus tests. We could do it like this. We could say, okay, what does the images on the walls depict? Is it a European or is it somebody of the African race? Is it, let's look at the hair. Let's just go to the hair. Let's just go to the hair furthermore. In Cambridge, they've got a nice museum in the Cambridge Museum in the university complex right there. And you can see there's Afro combs. Like, does European hair need Afro combs or does it need brushes? Maybe, I don't know. You let me know which one is. Like, you could just do that. Then you can go into the mummies themselves and you can find out about their DNA and what they were, and you can find out about the melanin levels, etc., etc., etc. Like, I don't realize why we're still actually having these types of arguments. Like, Egypt is in Africa itself. They themselves will tell you that they come from either Nubia, Ethiopia, Kushland, and so forth. Like, why are we even, entertaining these types of ideologies? We can go back to the ancient accounts. Let's just go back to the Greeks themselves. The Greeks, Aeschylus, Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus. Who else? Give me some more names, man. Who else? All these different people have given you Homer. Have given you Plato, giving you the accounts that the Egyptians were black. The Romans say that they're black. The Egyptians themselves say that they're black. The Romans say that they're black. The Greeks say that they're black. The Arabs themselves say that they're black. Like, I don't understand. Like, what exactly? What more do you need to now take away from your mentality that the Egyptians were white? I don't even know where you got the idea that the Egyptians were white from. Please show me something where you find that there is white Egyptians. Like, it just doesn't make no sense. Like, you really want to take away black history from black people that much? That don't make no sense to me. That don't make no sense to me that you want to make up these types of madness. But anyways, I digress. Even the Hebrews will call the Egyptians Hamites, which literally mean blacks. Like, I don't understand. Like, where are you coming with this idea that the Egyptians? Oh yeah, Elizabeth Taylor. There you go. So you're watching the movies. The what's that? Return of the Mummy. You're watching the Gods of Egypt. All of these different types of movies. Ben-Hur. All of these different types of things. And now it's getting into your mind that the Egyptians were white because that's what media is portraying. I see. I understand. When you talk about YouTube generation, we also have the TV generation. So they see the media and they believe the media rather than actually picking up a book and reading. Sometimes it's actually good to pick up a book, like it's good. It's all right, it won't harm you. You won't die. Just pick up a book, read and learn something, man. Please. Yeah, Diodorus, Rich Kid 639 just says, yeah, Diodorus on Egypt. I literally had those things up. I might even pull it out for you, man. Like, you don't need to actually go and read. God damn. Yeah. Where we going, man? What we saying, Kings? What are we touching on now?
Piggybacking off the back of that, you just broke it down. We live in a generation that we have to reteach them because they have chosen not to pick up a book. But if you pick up a book, I say a book, but if you pick up the books, you will see the Egyptians were black people, the most ancient people, the most ancient white people in history told you the Egyptians were black. And so if we're still debating that in 2017, to me, it's a waste of an argument. Going back off the back, piggybacking off what Edelman said about it not just being about Egypt, I totally agree, because the Egyptians themselves revered the Twa, or what people will call the pygmy Africans, right? And they were from the interior of Africa. They also themselves said in the papyrus of, there was a papyrus, I forget the name, that we come from the beginning of the Nile. And so the beginning of the Nile is in either Ethiopia or Uganda. So the Egyptians themselves claimed to be from the interior of Africa, as well as revering the pygmy Africans from the interior of Africa. And that is why I don't just solely stay on Kemet. Kemet, or what is known as Egypt, was to me the most visual representation of African spirituality and excellence, let's say African excellence, Black excellence. However, Black excellence and Black spirituality has been going for a very, very, very long time. Asa Hilliard touches on, I don't know if you know the scholar Asa Hilliard, touches on the calendar at Dendera, the stellar calendar in Egypt at Dendera, and just to map one star system, or we have the zodiac, so we have Aries, we have Capricorn, or we have, you know, Sagittarius. To map that star system out takes it has to go through a cycle which takes 2,150 years, I believe, and there are 12 of them. So if you add that up, it's around 26,000 years of mapping out star systems just to have your stellar calendar, which has your zodiac on it. It took 26,000 years to do.
Wow.
And so we have to understand that it took 26,000 years to do one calendar, but you've now got to make sure that that calendar is correct. So you probably got to map out the stars for another 26,000 years to make sure that your first calculation was correct. So we would have, what, 52,000 years of star mapping when it comes to the Africans, just to get to the calendar that we have today in Dendera. So we have to understand it doesn't just start from Nile Valley. It starts way, way, way before. I went into the what they call Adam's calendar at Speaker's Corner one time, a 75,000-year-old calendar found in South Africa, right? The oldest monument documented, found in the South Africa, and that is a calendar also. So Africa's been doing African stuff for a very, 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 very long time before any of these Abrahamic religions ever existed.
Jeez, damn. Let me see. I'll need to find my bombs. You know, where's the bombs at? Where's the bombs? Just pow, pow, pow. No Allah Akbar, but just bombs. What are you saying? Who's next?
Can I jump in?
Yeah, G, go ahead.
Peace. All right, so basically, I know most of the brothers have mentioned about like the cultural amnesia that Africans are suffering in the world today through like slavery and like invasions and wars and imperialism. And then of course, you know, the people asking about whether the ancient Egyptians were black or white or whatever, they can go and read Sheikh Anta Diop's African Origins of Civilization, Myth or Reality. And I think that's what the question is. It's like, at this point in time, we need to figure out what is myth and what is reality. So if, like, for example, you're reading the Bible or you're reading the Quran or whatever it is that you're reading, and you don't understand that these things are potentially myths, or these books have been copied, as you guys have been talking about, from like ancient Egyptian or ancient African wisdom or ancient African books, you know, these ideas and these customs and these social behaviors are all things that we used to do in Africa anyways. It's historically recorded and we know to do it anyway. So I think it's down to each individual to really research and find out what myth is it? Is it a myth? Is it reality? Are these people just chatting, or is this like, you know, what is actually going on? So that's what I have to add to this.
All right, thank you. Real quickly, if any of you guys would actually like to, you know, come on, ask some questions, make some comments, whatever it is, okay, all you have to do, I say every single week, yeah, you need to find my Facebook. It's in the description box down, but you know what, let me do it like this furthermore, so nobody don't have any excuses, okay? If you want yourself to be represented, all you have to do right now, let's go to it. Let me find. So, where are we? There we go. There's my Facebook details just down here. Okay. So you got my Facebook personal. It says here, facebook.com/kalam.s.el. Okay. It should be SPEL. Whatever it is, click there, inbox me via Facebook. Boom. You get into Facebook. All you have to do is inbox me. Message request will pop up or whatever it is. Inbox me. Okay. And boom, you're through. Oh yeah, shout outs to Tarsim Singh, my Sikh brother right there. He always shouts out brother Sarah and other individuals out here as well. So shout outs to my Sikh community. My Sikhis, stand up. Got enough love for you guys. You lot always show love to us, always represent. So I'm going to show that love back to you. Anything that you guys need done or anything that you need me to do for you guys, just let me know and I'll hook it up, because I love the way you support. My Sikhis always support. And the wickedest thing is we don't even get much Sikhis coming on, like, you know, to give their vantage point, but they always support it, and I love that for my brothers. So yeah, shout outs to my Sikh community as well. Real quickly, let me see what's going on. Let me just check the time if there's anything else. Oh,
Can I jump in?
1 second. 1:15. All right, so it's 1:15. We might just keep it going instead of starting a new show. You let me know what you guys want to do. If you want us to keep on flowing, we'll keep on flowing. All right, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, bro. So yeah, good evening to everyone. I just want to ask a few questions in regards to some African philosophy and stuff. That's okay. So I'm coming from obviously the Muslim perspective, inshallah. And I've been listening to your shows last couple of weeks. I'm gonna be honest with you, Kalam. I was a bit disappointed when you were taking a mic last week, or was it the week before, when Sarah was asking you questions and you were pretending to be Muslim. I think that was a bit bang out of order. And I will be asking Sarah some questions about his debate with Adnan Rashid, which I know in the comments everyone wants to know about. We'll discuss that after. But I mentioned this before. We, as Muslims, we believe there was 124,000 prophets and 315 messengers. There's some debate around the numbers, but the point is there were many prophets and there were many messengers. Now, messengers are people who came with a scripture. Prophets are not necessarily that came with a scripture or Sharia, but they came to deliver a message of Tawheed, worship of one God. So we know that. That's what we as Muslims believe that. And in the Quran, it says every nation was sent a messenger, a prophet. So we know that message was already there. Now, for me, when I read, there's a very interesting prophet who I believe is a prophet, Luqman, in the Quran. Luqman is called Luqman the Wise, alayhi salam. Luqman is described as a Nubian. So we know this is ancient. Luqman was asked by the angels, do you want wisdom or do you want to be a king? He chose wisdom, and he was given, it says in our scripture, that Allah gave him the insights to many different things. So remember, this is very ancient Nubia, which Nubia used to be a great kingdom. We know Luqman the Wise was taken into slavery, into Egypt. This is very early on. So these ideas of Luqman, like philosophy, he was mathematics, all of that, what you talk about, Kemet, I believe, originates from Luqman. We also know there was other great black prophets as well. So Imam Ali alayhi salam, who was, we know that the Prophet, peace be upon him, gave him the secrets of many things. He said Zulkarnain, who a lot of that Arab historians said was Alexander the Great, which is complete rubbish because the guy was a pagan. He said Zulkarnain, who's mentioned in the Quran, the one with the two horns. He said that he was a black man. So if we look at who Zulkarnain was, a lot. So what Islam does, it does emphasize black history, but it puts you on a journey for investigation. Now, I've spoken to Kalam in the past before, and I like to go to the British Museum, and there's not much history. I think Ido mentioned it before as well. I like what Ido was saying, by the way. But if you go to the second or third floor, there's an ancient Nubian section. And you can ask people, before the Greeks came, before all of this, Plato's why and all of this, and Aristotle, where did that information come from? Yeah, it shows the two horns came from Africa, the wrestling, the Olympics, all of that came from Africa. So we know that as well. So we know that wisdom comes. So for me, when you talk about this, I find African history very interesting, and I'm fully behind with you on this channel and stuff. And I'm fully behind representing amongst Muslims that we have to understand. For me, it's just a continuation of the message. I'm also interested in Chinese, Indian, all of that. For me, I'm interested in wherever there's wisdom, I look for it. But I don't see it as contradictory necessarily. But I believe that it's that wisdom that you talk about from Kemet. I love it. But I believe it's come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's just some of my thoughts on that.
Can I make a quick point?
Go ahead.
I think when you're dealing, my brother, just to give you like a point of reference, when you're dealing with these kind of theological questions, I notice you come at it from a Muslim perspective. So when you say that Allah has sent 124,000 messengers, you need to go back and see if that's what the Egyptians believe, or if that's what the Nubians believe. Did they even believe in prophethood? Is that a concept that they even believed in? Or is that a more Abrahamic kind of concept? So I think when you're dealing with these kind of questions, yeah, of course, we all have ethoses and we all have ideals and texts and way of doing things. So to me, you have to kind of go back, kind of take yourself out of the bias, not the bias, but the kind of way of thinking that you're in right now, and actually look at it for where it is, and then go forward from there and see if everything lines up with what the Egyptians, and as you're saying, what the Nubians, then everything that comes after it, it doesn't really matter, innit? Where the text comes out in history bears no kind of reverence if the text is truthful or not, regardless of when it comes out. So that's what I would just like to say to you, my brother.
That's fine. Could I come back on that, Kalam, quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, I respect what you just said, but I mean, I have looked at it, and I've looked at it objectively, and I'm one of the people that look with things very critically. And what I found, and there's a very interesting, there is an Islamic scholar that I respect highly. His name's Dr. Randolph Ware III. He's a historian. He's a black convert to Islam, but he's done a fantastic book called The Walking Quran. YouTube, you'll find his lectures. I sent Kalam that, and I think Kalam quite liked his lectures as well. But he talks about ancient Egypt. So he's researched ancient Egypt, and that message of Tawheed, that message of oneness of God, it was there. It was present. It was present in Nubia. It was present when the Nubians got conquered. Then the Nubians conquered the ancient Egyptians. So there was many different types, and that presence of the Tawheed was there, and there were many different types of tribes, and they believed in one God. Eventually, those gods became together, and they became a pantheon to kind of, for solidarity, for power, etc. But we know there was prophets. Now, if you type in Buna Muhammad and Dr. Abdul Hakim Quick lecture on Egypt. He's done a very interesting lecture as well, where he talks about Patawa. Patawa was an ancient Egyptian prophet who talked about the oneness of God, and this is before Akhenaten. So this is very interesting because he talks about the oneness of God before Akhenaten, and that the sun that Akhenaten is so-called is supposed to have worshipped. It's a symbol of something much greater. And I really liked what Kalam did with the songs. I believe it was the Bible. It's almost word for word. But you see, when it talks about the ISIS, and in terms of that, how she had a baby and all that, we believe that's come from a book. There are ancient books out there, and that wisdom is out there. So when that is the prediction of Jesus Christ coming. So for us, it's all it all makes sense. And if you're Muslim, we don't really worry about these things. But yeah, I mean, I would suggest to also my African brothers, why I'm saying research it with an open mind as well. Type in Dr. Abdul Hakim Bruna Muhammad, who's a lovely Somalian but a very good rapper as well. Type in Dr. Randolph Ware. That's the brother I really recommend. He's a fantastic historian in Michigan. He's doing some wonderful things for African history and Black Muslims as well. So,
all right, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Was somebody trying to speak? Okay, yeah, that's real wonderful. I don't have much to say about that. What my brother is actually talking about. Of course, Islam definitely does mention a whole list of different African / Black individuals who were sages, prophets, etc. That's cool. That's fine. That's fine. The only issue I particularly have with it is some people will call that cultural appropriation, and to the point of you're claiming, this is all of your stuff, etc., etc., etc. But at the point when these individuals want to practice their own heritage, okay, they want to practice what Luqman had to say, they want to practice what Al-Khadir had to say, they want to practice what Idris has to say, and so forth, etc., 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 and Abdul Khanan and all of these great individuals. Muslims or Islam in general would say no. No. Yep, these are all the greats, but their thing is corrupted, and you now need to follow our thing that we have right now. So I want to know, okay, from a Muslim perspective, this is what I'm going to put out there to you, okay? Since Islam wants to claim all of our great African heritage, to be their particular prophets and so forth, okay, is there any use? So that means, can we just simply forego Muhammad, peace be upon him? Okay, can we just forego him, and can we just cling on to our own stuff and live happily in peace, not needing to know about your version of Islam? Is that possible from an Islamic narrative?
From my understanding, Kalam, I see it as a continuation of a message that's ancient. That's just the Prophet, peace be upon him, is described as the last brick in the house, and I think that's such a beautiful way to put it. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he came to finish the message. The message: human beings are on an upper trajectory. They're rationalizing. We're in the age of being rational, and this is really where we've got to. Even when the Prophet ﷺ left the message, he left it for those wise people to take this message and take it forward. Even now we're here on, YouTube, we're having this very civilized discussion. And if you look at like humanism, we look at rationality, the way that human civilization, and George McAfee, who was a great Harvard scholar, he said that a lot of humanism and civilization came from Muslims and stuff like that. Obviously nowadays you look at Islam, you look at the Muslim world, you would never think that. But to answer your question directly, you can believe what you want. There is no compulsion in religion. But if you know something, what I would say to some of my brothers on this channel is don't view things through the prism of race. View things through the prism of what is right and wrong. It doesn't matter if it's an Arab, a Pakistani, an Indian, a black person, white. I don't really care. I fully support you in promoting black and African history. I fully support you in that, and I think Muslims, myself, we need to do that more. But in terms of just doing it through race, I think that's a bit of an issue.
Okay, because you know why? As black people, we do it via race. And I think even let's just say, let's put it like this: the Quran, it tells you this. As you say, every prophet was sent to its own individual people. You with me? They were sent to their own nation. So, in that being said, like, we deal with our prophets or our priests or our oracles and all of these great things like that from our own perspective, people that we can relate to. We're not going to jump. I'm going to be real with you. Because, even if a Muslim now, let's say, for example, everybody here is awaiting Jesus, is awaiting Isa to return. Now, if the Dalai Lama, over there in Tibet, now claims to be the return of Isa, okay, I'm pretty sure that the majority, if not all, of the Muslim world will never accept that claim. You with me? So what we're simply saying is we have no use in accepting an outside force. If we want to profit, we'll look to our own for our profits. We'll look to people like Marcus Garvey. We'll look to our other great leaders to be our own particular prophet. We don't necessarily need an Arab prophet, to be honest with you. I really don't think we need that, to be real.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Callum, can I? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah,
And Sarah.
I just want to say, my brother, I don't think there's like a monopoly on truth. There's not one section, one person, one tribe, one culture, nation, whatever you want to say. There's not one monopoly on truth, not one soul, ethos, religion, not that I can kind of figure out and kind of excavate and kind of research and place my time and effort into. I think there is a multitude, a plethora, a myriad of kind of colors, ways of thinking, and I think that's the one thing that I would take issue with, because I would say that even if you do believe in one God and we do believe in one God, then it would seem to me that if everything else you don't believe in, like as an African or as a person of the earth, I have a deep connection with the earth through nature. And that's something that you can see all through the literature. When you go through these kind of places in Benin, in Ethiopia, in all of these different kind of cultures. So to me, I feel like we have to kind of not be kind of shy in kind of proclaiming the fact that this is what we believe in. And it's not a thing that we're trying to push what we believe in on you. There's nothing about that. It's just standing that this is the kind of research that we find sacred. This is the kind of meanings, ways, mores of life that we find value in and we place value in. So to me, there's no monopoly in it. Thank you.
I agree with that completely. Sorry. I was just saying, and I'm against Muslims who ridicule your belief. And I'll just go on record, and Kalam knows that I don't like ridiculing people if that's what you believe. And as a Muslim, we use the stars, we use the moon to predict when Ramadan's starting, which is going to be this one. We're very much in touch with nature as well. I think a lot of Muslims forget that themselves and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm against ridicule, and I completely agree with you. No one has a monopoly on truth. Now, what Islam does say is look for the truth. The Prophet, peace be upon him, is reported to said that knowledge is the lost property of the believer. Whenever he finds it, he is entitled to it. So, i.e., look. And it was very much early Muslims went with this spirit of going into different cultures, learning, and trying to find out. And that's when we flourished, the golden years of Islam. Unfortunately, that attitude seems to have changed in recent times.
Callum, I want to address something that I've addressed at Speaker's Corner before, and another one wasn't brought up. This 124,000 different prophets that Allah apparently sent. My thing is, if there's 124,000 people that Allah apparently sent to all nations across the globe, we should be able to pinpoint at least some, let's say 5, let's say 5 of the 124,000 prophets that Allah apparently sent to all people across the globe. So if we take away all the prophets of the Abraham religions, because we all know the names of them, there should be at least 120,000 more that are sent across the globe. And every time I ask a Muslim, if there are 120,000 different prophets sent to every nation around the globe, can you tell me one? Just tell me one. I'm gonna give you 5. I'm gonna say 5, but I'm gonna say just name me one outside of the Abrahamic religions. Give me one. Give me the one that was sent into the Japanese. Who was the one sent to the Japanese? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, can I answer that, Sarah? Look, sorry, Kalam, am I allowed to answer that?
Yeah. Let me just refine your question. I think you should say one that's verifiable. That's the better way of terming it. But go ahead, King. Go ahead.
Yeah, so to answer Sarah's question, some of them are mentioned in the Quran, and some of them aren't mentioned in the Quran. The Quran is a book of wisdom. It forces you to think. It's not a book for simpletons, you know, and it has many different levels. That's the thing with the Quran. So I believe, and a lot of the scholars believe, that Buddha, if you look at Buddha, he said initially, if you look at his history, he worshipped one God. He said, do not make a statue of me. But what did his disciples do? They made a statue. Buddha was as Indian as you get. I've been to Lahore. In Lahore Museum, if you look at the early statues of Buddha, he probably looks more like me than, you know, a chubby Chinese dude and stuff like that. But Buddha believed in monotheism. Confucius as well, the ancient Chinese, and you know, he asked about Japanese. If you look at some of the writings of Confucius, absolutely beautiful. In Europe, we have the ancient religions and stuff of the Aryan people. If you look at the poem Beowulf, if you look at some of the things, it talks about the oneness of God. So they're out there. It's up for us to research the architect, you know, to do archaeological stuff, to look for things like that. It's out there, but that forces you to think. Now that goes back to one of the hadiths I quoted before, when it says, "Knowledge is the lost pillar of the believer, wherever he finds it, he's entitled to it." And that's the spirit that we go on, and that goes back to one of what the brother just said before about that we don't just have one person doesn't have the full monopoly on the truth. And if you view it very much like that, it gives you this philosophy of respecting everyone, respecting the Chinese, respecting the Africans, respecting the ancient, you know, Aztecs, the Mayans. You know, there was a gentleman called Wilhelm Schmidt, and he was a giant, and it's so sad that people forgot his research. Now, what he did, he studied what we call micro people. You know, we don't call them primitive people because that's not politically correct. But yeah, he studied hundreds of them, and what he found was people worshipped one God. The ancient tribes worshipped one God, and then they started making their leaders statues. When they started making those statues, they started worshipping those statues, and that's how you started getting pantheism of gods. Now, I have a question for you, Kalam and Sarah, and some of the brothers. Hopefully, you guys
I need to respond to that though.
Yeah, fine, please. But let me throw one question back at you and respond to me by all means. Do you guys have any books? Because you know we obviously have the Quran. Do you have any books that a book that you rely on? Do you rely on several different books? Question.
All right. First of all, you're reaching, because for you to say that Buddha is part of your 124,000 prophets, when you look into Buddhism, Buddhism teaches levels of consciousness. Buddhism teaches a lot of things that are not Islamic. There are no levels of consciousness within Islam. Okay, so what you are now doing is you are now superimposing. I've spoken about this before. It's about blurring the timeline of history and attempting to sneak into the timeline of history. You see, the reason why Muslims have said that there's 124,000 prophets is because they understand that their religion started 1,400 years ago. Prior to 1,400 years ago, people have already established their belief in one God, their belief in one entity, their belief in one energy. People have already established this. So if you were to go to quote unquote primitive cultures, right, and they have a belief in one entity or one God, you allow yourself to sneak into their timeline, not yours. You allow yourself to sneak into their timeline and say, yeah, well, they must have been part of the 124,000 people that received the prophet. No, my friend, your religion started 1,400 years ago. These people existed prior to that. You cannot start your story, okay, with these people. These people will not recognize you. The Buddhists will not recognize you. Confucius will not recognize you. The quote unquote primitive peoples will not recognize you. You are a new people on this globe, and you need to understand that. And your arrogance and the ego of Muslims is ridiculous to me, that they would even attempt
can I just say something,
sneak
please?
themselves into somebody else's timeline and assert themselves there. To me, that is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, these people don't recognize you. You talk to them about Allah, you talk to them about a prophet called whoever, who was part of the 124,000. They don't recognize that stuff. That is your mythology. You say you believe, and that's all you have. You have a belief. These people have facts. These people have society. These people have religion. These people have culture that is actual, not mythology. You guys have a mythology, and you are attempting to sneak into the timeline of these people that do not even recognize you. They don't know you. They don't have any clue of what you're talking about, and you are attempting to assert yourself into these people's timeline. You need to stop. I'm just telling you, you need to stop with that nonsense. And you asking me if I have a book. I have many books. I don't need one book. The person who thinks all answers come from one book is an idiot. I'm telling you, because not all the answers of the world come from one book. There are many books that you need to read to come to a well-rounded conclusion. You do not need one book. Any person telling you to read one book wants you to stay dumb, and they want you to stay ignorant, because there are many books. There are many ways in which to view this world. Don't listen to this Muslim nonsense, people. I'm saying don't listen to this Muslim nonsense. I've had enough.
I think you
Can I
kind of
just say
slightly
something real quick?
misrepresented me a little bit. Just I didn't say that you know, I say that every great religion, like the book or the Bible, Christianity, the Torah, Judaism, you know, Quran, great religions, they usually start with a book. They usually start with something. Now, that doesn't mean that the answers, you're right, that doesn't mean the answers are all in that one book, but it gives you a foundation. Otherwise, you can just take a bit here, bit there, or suit this bit suits me, that bit suits me. You know, for me, that's a, you know, in a time of rationality, you know, you're just taking bits, and what you're doing is a very arrogant approach to life.
How are you going to claim Buddha?
You're arrogant. I'm not claiming Buddha. I'm saying it's possible.
You are. You claimed Buddha.
I'm saying wrong.
No, you did. You claimed Buddha secretly.
How are you going to claim Buddha?
I
Buddha
you
don't
claim
care
Buddha.
you.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, but I think that's what's getting dangerous about this conversation. Wait, Sarah, wait there, my brother.
Sorry.
That's what's getting dangerous about this conversation. When it starts getting into the realm of subjective belief, where you kind of believe something and it's only what you believe, and you go back retrospectively and designate these people a kind of prophet because you believe it, I think that's kind of dangerous, because you're overlooking what they taught and what they believe. Buddha taught in karma and rebirth. Does Islam teach rebirth?
He didn't actually. If you look at the early Buddhist teachings,
Buddha didn't teach rebirth.
No, he didn't. He did talk about consciousness. He talks about this concept of bana, or what we call, the Sufis called fana and stuff. This you know, this kind of levels of state. We have that in Islam. We absolutely have that. We've always had that. And for those who know the reality of Sufism and the early Sufis, you know, they talked about this. These scriptures, these writings were there. it's very Zen Buddhism is quite close to Sufism as well. You know, but for me, I don't think it's dangerous. It actually gives you tolerance and respect for the other.
Well,
So,
can I
yeah,
just can I just come in? And for me, it's ridiculously arrogant to say that everything is linked to Islam.
Thank you.
That is ridiculous on all levels.
Thank you.
Because the people who have no clue about Islam, what they do has nothing to do with Islam. It is completely unrecognizable with Islam. And you can't just say, well, because we have X thousand prophets, because they sound good, must come from Allah. Because I'm sure if they sounded bad, then you would reject them. But these guys sound good because everybody knows Buddhism, with the way Buddha carried himself, it sounds good. It's got a positive light. So for me, especially coming from where I'm coming from, my culture, my ancestry, historically did not recognize Islam. It didn't know anything about Islam, and it existed before Islam. It made no mention of anything that we could even link with Islam. And we didn't have a book. We had no books because we lived the rules, we lived the culture. We didn't have things written down to tell us how to behave because we innately knew how to behave, how to conduct ourselves. We knew right from wrong. Nobody had to write anything down for us. And so for me, I find it ridiculously arrogant because I can do the same thing. In fact, I'm in a better position to do the same thing because my traditions existed before Islam. So I'm in a better position to make those statements because I can say you copied from me.
so what are your traditions?
So what did you say?
I said, what are your traditions? So I mean, you're talking a lot about traditions and stuff like that. You know, people like to put Islam under the microscope. I'm going to do the same back to you. Let's see what's more rational. What are your traditions? If you can just tell me something.
Right. My traditions, my ancestral traditions are things like orphans do not exist. If somebody's parents die, they're absorbed by the family. There is no written rule. It's just innate within us. Rape is not tolerated. We have basic moral conduct. We treat each other the way we want others to treat us. We do not force people to convert to the way we see things. That's the reason why when you go to West Africa, there are literally thousands of tribes, thousands of them, with different belief systems, and nobody is imposing anything upon them. The only thing that's been imposed upon them is the Abrahamic faith. These people didn't impose their religions on each other. It's only the Abrahamic.
That's not true. That's not true. If you look at the history of Africa, if you look at the history of even ancient Nubia, you look at the history of the tribes there, they were fighting each other badly. They were enslaving each other. They
imposing their traditions on each other.
Yes, they were. If you look at how the first Egyptian empire, they took Nubian.
I'll something for you. I come from West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Nigerian. Where I come from, there are literally hundreds of different ethnic groups. Literally, that's not an exaggeration, that's a fact. Now, these people all lived side to side. My particular tribe, at one point, almost took over all of West Africa. At one point, it's grown, it's shrunk, it's grown, it's shrunk. Interestingly enough, when the empire grows, people were still allowed to practice their religion. People were still allowed to live in their traditional way of life. In fact, one of the groups that broke up from the Edo line, Urobo. How did Urobo break out? Urobo simply said, we want to basically do our own thing. and so they left. There was no war. So what you have to
So
do is to
Nigerians have
stop.
never fought each other. You're telling me
I
Nigerians?
didn't say that. I
Of
didn't say
course
that
they have.
we
No,
didn't fight
I'm
each other.
talking. Let's talk about
You're
the
trying to
history of Africa.
misrepresent.
Then you can't. You can
You're
say
trying to misrepresent. I didn't say that we didn't fight each other. There's a difference between having conflict and trying to basically change the way people live their lives. Fundamental difference. Or trying to wipe people's culture out and change it.
I'm sorry.
We didn't
We're
change
dealing with
anybody's name.
human. We're dealing with human beings.
Hold.
We're dealing with people who have egos. We're dealing with people who want power. It doesn't matter if you're African, you're white, you're Indian. Everywhere you look at human beings, there's always been people who are taking advantage of others. There've been people who've been imposing their views on others.
Well,
It's just the
well,
reality.
I've just given you some historical facts. Not
Then
opinion.
you really haven't.
All right,
If you
all right.
look at
Real quickly, I get you guys to mute your mics. You know what? What I really wanted to do as well as part of the show is this because we're always looking things through you know what, the three Abrahamic faiths lenses. Okay, that's what we're normally doing. So what I want to do today is let us look, and I was trying to push it all throughout the show. Let us look at things through the African lens. Okay, let's have a look through the lens of the Africans themselves and how they perceive things. You know, how they perceive their own religion, how they perceive their own structures, their own prophets, etc., etc. Do we even have the concepts of prophets and so forth? So that is something that I wanted to go through today. I don't know if we have enough time, and if you want us to do something like that, let's get into this, because it's too long now where, you know, people are actually speaking about things from their own particular way, and we now have to try to conform to their particular way and try to explain ourselves and explain, you know, what we understand and what we believe, basically. So what I would love to do is let us take it from the African perspective, and I'm going to ask the panel who are from the African traditions, do we have a concept of a prophet? And if not, or if so, is it same or similar to that of the Abrahamic faiths?
Right. From my perspective, my little bit, I can't speak for all of Africa. I can only speak for the bits that I know. We do not believe in, traditionally speaking, we do not have prophets. What we have are heroes. So we have individuals who, during their lifetime, have done something that's recognized as being great, and that's been marked. And they go on to join the rest of the ancestors and so on and so forth. So for my little corner, we don't believe in prophets.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, yeah, I'm with, again, I don't speak for all Africans, but I've never heard of any sort of prophets in any kind of African stories or any kind of African traditions. What happens in African tradition is that well, I guess the traditions and the stories get passed on from generation to generation through your parents' parents, and you do pick up these cultures and then you pass them on to your children. So in terms of when you're looking at like Western religions, that's when you start getting these prophets or these saviors being sent to people. But in terms from an African perspective, or from my own personal experience of African tradition, there is no such thing as a prophet.
Can I say
Excellent.
something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's very important that we get a kind of diverse and kind of well-rounded understanding of what our cultures and our brothers do believe. So I welcome the kind of information that they're putting in there. But the brother said something earlier about about Buddhism or Buddha not teaching about rebirths, and I thought it was ridiculous because literally you can just go to something called the Bhabhakara text, and it literally talks about the transition of samsara, and this is 6 realms of existence, namely 3 good realms: heavenly, demigod, and human, and 3 evil realms: animal, hungry, ghosts, and hellish. So when you're talking about rebirth and when you're talking about Buddha and what these other kind of people taught and believe, I think it's very important that you actually study the text.
When was
and
it
again,
written? When was it written, brother?
This is the Bahlara, the text.
Yeah, fine. When was it written?
Bakarara.
Hundreds
doctrine
of years
text.
after. Hundreds of years after him.
I'm telling you, I'm just telling you what they teach, my brother. This is what they teach. This is not what I'm saying.
Okay.
This is not what you're saying. These are just facts what they teach.
All right, my
So
brother.
I think
Real
it's
quick,
important
real
to
quick.
introduce.
Real quickly. Let me just reiterate the rules of the show, everybody. I know we're getting passionate, it's getting heated. We've got new people joining us. Peace to my brother Elna from Kazakhstan. You just joined us now as well. Peace. If you're enjoying the show as well, please give us a big thumbs up. But here at Talk with the Titans, about to say Speaker's Corner, you know. Right here at Talk with the Titans, we literally have 3 rules, okay? Rule number 1 is to please keep your mics muted at all times. Rule number 2, okay, is to respect another person's cipher. When they're speaking, please do not talk over them. Rule number 3 is please no profanity and keep the ad hominems to the very bare minimum. Of course, if you want to drop in some little wit there, we like it, but let's just keep it real, lovely and friendly as well. So this is the second part of the show where we're actually talking about prophets within inside of the African context itself. Like, do we have something as prophets? So, you know, where most religions such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are claiming prophets, and then we want to, you know, fall in line with that. Do we even have that within inside of our own traditions itself? So now I'm actually going to be reading from one of my favorite books, which is African Religion and Philosophy by John Mbiti. And on page 185, okay, it talks about prophets here, okay? It talks about prophets. And it says, in the strict biblical sense of prophets and the prophetic movement, there are no, sorry, let me do that again, okay? There are no prophets in African traditional societies, okay? So that's from Professor John Mbiti. He says that there is literally no African prophets is in the sense of the biblical sense, okay? He does make mention of prophets outside of that, okay? And that's what I want to go into right now. What do we consider to be prophets from an African tradition, independent of the Bible itself, okay? Because we've already established we don't have prophets like that according to the Bible and even the Quranic sense. We have prophets or priests of a different disposition in totality. So I want to go into that role now, right now. If you're with me and you want to go into that, let me know, okay? Are you guys up for this?
Let's go.
All right, let's go into that. So what I wanted to do, actually, wow, this is just dropping. I'm going to go and look up the word prophet real quickly, and let's look at how we, accepted the term prophet and how we defined it itself. Okay. So what I'm going to do real quickly, I've to be honest with you, I've done this already, but I'm going to do this where everybody can kind of just see a methodology where you can do yourself real quickly. Okay, so what I've quickly just done is, typed in the word prophet. Let's just go through an encyclopedia. Encyclopedias aren't too bad. And we got the word prophet. Okay, but let's go into, obviously, we know that the word prophet is actually an English terminology. So let's go back into the Greek terminology of prophetes. Okay, and let's see what it actually meant, and before the Bible got into play, or these religions got into play. So the word prophetess literally means one who speaks for and interprets the will of a god, a prophet, a seer. Okay, so I want to know, or a spokesperson of a particular deity. So number one, do we have that in ancient African culture? One who speaks for and interprets the will of a god, a seer, basically.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
All right. So I think the closest. I'll keep you on the feedback. The closest thing for me that I think, well, from the description, or from the description that you've given there, is probably the medicine man in like in the local tribes or in the villages and stuff, and that would be the closest thing to someone who is able to speak to the gods, and not necessarily like one god, but to multiple gods, to different ancestors and stuff. that would be the closest thing to a prophet. But then I don't think that yeah, even though we would venerate those elders or whoever that person is, I don't think that, you know, we're kind of literally looking at that person as a savior, you know, as perhaps the, you know, the
from a biblical sense. So let's keep it from the African sense. So we're going through the Greeks and what their definition was and so forth. So it has there one who speaks for and interprets the will of God. So basically a spokesperson. Another one here is one of the keepers of the oracles. Another one here is actually a priest at an Egyptian temple. Okay, a priest at an Egyptian temple was considered to be a prophetess. Okay, that's really interesting. One who interprets the ravings of an oracle. So we got it here, where also it is customary to set the tribes of prophets to pass judgment upon these inspired divinations. And another one is an interpreter or proclaimer. And then another one here is in Christianity is called a prophet. But let's skip that because we don't really interested in that. Another thing here is an herbalist. Okay, so these are the different definitions of a prophetess or prophet within inside of the Greek definition of the term prophet. So we're going to strip aside, you know, the biblical terminology, the Quranic terminology, and we're going to just simply go with what the Greek said. And also we're going to jump into exactly what the Egyptians themselves said, because over here we got the third definition, which is a priest at an Egyptian temple. So technically speaking, our priests were considered to be prophets, but not in the sense of the biblical sense. All right. Is everybody clear with me with that one?
Yeah, I mean, I get you. I think it's one of those things that it's compound, and the problem with these compound things is that it gets a little bit woolly around the edges.
Okay, so I want to know, like, for example, do we have oracles within inside of our African cultures? Do we have herbalists within inside of our African cultures? And do we have priests within inside of our African cultures as well? So those are the three things. Do we have those things?
I mean, we have them. We have them. But the point I was trying to make is when using somebody else's language to describe what you have, that's what I mean by it's a very the term, the way the Greeks were using it was very compound. I mean, reading between the lines, it's basically saying anyone who's learned could be classed as a prophet.
That's right.
I do think as well that when we're talking about especially Egyptians and how they kind of transmitted their kind of information, when we're talking about dealing with celestial beings, they had oracles and they had people that it wasn't necessarily just men that were prophets that had the will of God that spoke exactly the word he said. It was more a kind of a spiritual kind of awakening, so to speak, and it was kind of transmitted in that way. So yeah.
Kalam, you've muted yourself. Kalam, you've muted yourself.
You're on mute, fam.
I've seen it. Damn, I was there going in as well, you know. Jeez.
Stop it.
So yeah, definitely wanted to make sure we can actually see it from our own perspective, okay? How we view things itself. You know, we did have prophets and so forth, but let us get it from our own perspectives, you know, what we viewed as prophets, because we had a whole list and a criteria of what it took for somebody to be classified as a priest/prophet within inside of the African context and the Egyptian context, not exactly as how we know it through the biblical and Quranic context itself. So if somebody even wants to try to claim that there was a prophet from an African context, okay, do they fit those criteria? If they don't, clearly we need to dismiss them, because obviously Jews, Christians, and Muslims, they all have their criterias of what a prophet is. But unfortunately, we as Africans, we tend not to have that type of criteria because we don't perceive the same things that they perceive. So let's just give our own criteria so they can see. and the whole world can see what we perceived as somebody who is a priest or a prophet within our traditions, if that makes sense. Is that good with you? Is that good with you? I'm asking. That's a question. All right,
Oh
I'll
yeah.
take it. I'll take it as good with you. So, you know what? This is a very nice, article here, which is called "Prophet Initiations and the Egyptian Temples." Okay, so over here it talks about, certain things that we viewed and we considered. It says here both the priests and the prophet. Okay, so that's the Wa'ab and the Hemneter or the Hamneter are grades of priests. Okay, but the distinction between their various rights and duties has been inadequately explored. The translation of both terms comes from the Rosetta Stone, where Egyptian title Hemnecher is translated into the Greek as prophetess, and thus is conveniently translated into English as prophet, while the Egyptian title Wa'ab is rendered Herios, and thus, let me just make sure my 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 Greek is correct here. Yes, and thus conventionally translated as priest. Kisa says that the priest served on the file rotation and so forth. So yeah, so we have a definition of what a prophet is in terms of an Egyptian context. Okay, so obviously on the Rosetta Stone, I don't know. Let me just see. So we got here the Rosetta Stone. For those people who've never seen it before, this is the Rosetta Stone at the British Museum. Okay, the British Museum, and in there it has a tri-scriptural inscriptions. Okay, so it uses 3 different scripts. It uses the hieroglyphs, the Demotics, and the Greek. Koine Greek it uses. Okay, so it uses the 3 different scripts, and within the 3 different scripts there is a bilingual inscription. So basically, there's 2 different languages being spoken on this one particular stone. Okay, and this one particular stone, it has the Greek and it has the ancient Egyptian tongue itself. And in those 2 tongues, what the ancient Egyptians translated to mean they use the word Hemnecher. Okay, this is within their own language as well. The Hamnecher, which literally means a servant or an incarnation of the deity or of nature. Okay, so they use that terminology to describe what a prophet is in terms of their translation. So if anybody would like to claim prophecy, okay, or being a prophet, they need to be part of the Wa'ab, and they must have reached the stage of being a Ham Netcher. Okay, that's one thing I just wanted to put out there real quickly. Did anybody want to say something on that? Because I want to continue building. No, you lot are silent, yeah? You lot are mad silent. I love that. All right, cool. So we know from the ancient Egyptian, the ancient Egyptians had the term prophetess or to mean somebody who was an oracle, somebody who was a herbalist, skilled in medicine, and also somebody who was very learned to become a priest. Okay, so when anybody wants to claim to you that there is a prophet, we now need to have our own criteria to see if they match up to our criteria. We shouldn't be judging from their criteria. We should be judging from our own criteria. If you belong to the Igbo tribes, if you belong to the to Yoruba, Orobo, Hausa, if you belong to Afanti, Ashanti, Asante, if you belong to the Fula, if you belong to the Jollof tribe, the Wolof tribe, and all these different types of tribes, you need to have your own criteria, okay, before you simply accept that Bible, before you simply accept the Quran. If they want to say that they've got prophets, you need to say, okay, this is what our prophets are. Does yours fit that criteria? And if it doesn't, we have to say, sorry, we're okay. We like what you're doing. We congratulate what you're doing, but we simply can't accept them because it's not part of our particular tradition. Are you with me?
Oh yeah.
Good. So I'm going to ask my African brothers out there, in terms of a priest or an oracle or a prophet, in terms of the African terminology, what was those particular criteria? What do these, traditionalists do? Who are they? What are they about? Edo man, I'm going to pass that one over to you. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead, King. Yo, go ahead, King. You unmute your mic. Can you talk?
Should I go in?
Yeah, go in, man.
All right. So, like I said earlier on, I think my understanding of these people are that one of the roles would be healing. So there'd be people who would be, you know, healing, or they serve as healers for the community. I think another role would be, obviously, like I said, to get in touch with the ancestors, or to communicate with the ancestors, because maybe not everyone is intact, or not everyone is that spiritually inclined. So this person would have, you know, be able to communicate with the ancestors, be able to bring messages back from the ancestors to the people of, you know, maybe certain oncoming dangers and stuff. Perhaps also teach the people as well. So this is probably what I know, to my knowledge, of what our prophets would, or priests would do. But anything outside of, or comparing it to Western religions, I'm not too sure if there's any real comparison, to be honest. Go mute yourself.
That's right. Let's stay far away from comparing it with Western religions. We're simply going to tell them what our particular understanding of priest or prophet is, from our understanding and our tradition yet again. Okay, so if you want to claim prophecy or prophethood, you know, this is how we recognize our own prophets, or, you know, not even the biblical sense of prophet, but in the sense of a priest within inside of our particular cultures. So again, I'm going to be reading from John Beatty's African Philosophy, and he states here that you know what, from the African societies, okay, prophets belong to the category of diviners, seers, and mediums, and may have other religious or political functions in their societies. Okay, a prophet is a person who is possessed by a spirit of the air. When they speak as prophets, it is spirits which speaks by their lips. Theopneustic speech. The prophets, in making his declaration, says, I am such and such, naming the spirit. What the prophets say and what spirits say are all mixed up together, the two being interspersed in such a manner that they cannot be separated. Continues to say that whereas priests deal only with God, the prophets deal with particular spirits of the air, or children of God. God does not enter into men and inspire them. Okay, so, you know, particular traditions say that, you know, God itself, that most supreme being, the one that's supposedly outside and inside creation, doesn't actually speak to them. It's a particular spirit that speaks to them. That it also names the categories or the criterias to actually judge whether a person is a prophet or not. It says here, he must be sober, kind to all people, and have a happy married life. So he needs to be married, not even just married. He actually needs to be happy. He acts as judge, prays for the people, blesses them, and curses those who deserve it. It is believed that they're in direct connection. They're the keeper of tribal medicines, perform as a diviner, and he is a parental authority supported by sanctions and curses. So just to give you an overview of what a African, you know what, conceptualization and criteria are. They first must be blameless. They must be virtuous. They must be physically whole. They must be educated. They must be happily married. They must know medicine. They must be diviners. They must be blessers and be able to curse individuals. They must be able to possess the spirit, and they can also function as political leaders. Is that a fair summary from an African conceptualization of what a prophet or a priest is? I'm going to open that up.
Yeah, I think that is fair. You know, yeah, that's all I can say, really. I'm not sure what else I can add to it. Let the other brothers speak. You know.
Cool. Also, I wanted to actually read as well. So, you know what? So this is from our own traditional aspects of what a prophet priest is. And then we also have it as well from the, for those people, the Islamic perspective. Let's do it from this. So this is the Arabic Hermes. Okay, this is another great book to get. And I'm actually reading from this particular quote is coming from Al-Mubassir. Okay, Al-Mubassir is the Book of the Thousands, and it gives us a nice rundown of what Hermes or Jehuti's prophecy or prophethood school actually taught, and so forth. So this is coming from the Arab perspective, of our own traditions itself. Okay, so if you want to learn from our own traditions, from your own sources, this is it right here. So it says here, he promised them. This is Idris or Hermes. It says, he promised them that a number of prophets would come after him. And he informed them that some of the characteristics of the prophet to be sent are they will be free of all causes of blame and ailments, perfect in all praiseworthy virtues, will not fail to answer correctly questions asked about anything in the heavens and the earth, and that he will indicate cures for every pain, and that his prayers will be answered in everything he asks for, including the sending down of rain, the lifting of ailments, and other sorts of requests. His madhabu, or his doctrine, and his preaching, which is dawahtuhu, would be the doctrine by which the whole world became well, which is uja, and by which its prosperity increases. Okay, Seneb and uja, two Egyptian principles. So this is this is the Hermes conceptualization of prophet. So again, just to run it down, they'll be blameless, virtuous, would know astronomy, geography, medicine, be a rainmaker, be able to bless and curse, and give people health and wealth. So from both perspectives, this is both coming from describing the African contextualization of what prophets are in terms of us. We could even do a comparison to say, were your individuals schooled? Were your individuals blameless? Were your individuals virtuous? Did they know astronomy? Did they know geography? Did they know medicine? Were they able to heal people? Were they able to call the rain down from the skies, etc., etc., etc.? Like, were they able to curse people, and the curse came to fruitions, etc., etc.? If not, we have no business in accepting your particular prophets. We have our own prophets themselves. Okay, are you there, brothers? Is there anything that you wanted to add? Everybody's quiet as hell. All right, I'm going to continue since you lot being so quiet. So now, from the African conceptualization again, these individuals had to be educated. Okay, they had to be educated, they had to have knowledge, they had to be virtuous individuals that went through moral practices and proved themselves to be morally fit, as well as being intellectually astute as well. So if you're coming to us and you want to tell me that your prophets represents our particular way of life, we first need to actually have a good look at your prophet to be like, were you a blameless individual? Were you morally upright according to our standards? Yes or no? If it fails miserably, we have no business in looking at your prophets. Let's see, your prophets. Okay, were they educated? If they weren't literate and they weren't learned, sorry, we can't accept you as a prophet. Does that make sense? Because our tradition says that you need to be these things. Our tradition says you need to be well cultivated. If you aren't well cultivated, whether it is via the our own particular spiritual systems, then we can't possibly accept you as our prophets. Again, and our prophets had to go through a very stringent studies. Obviously, those of you lot who know about ancient Egypt, it is claimed that they spiritually, I'm going to do it spiritually had to go through a training of 40 years before they can become a prophet or a hemnetcher. Okay, it's a 40-year-old training. Now, I'm going to jump into some of our modern sages and wise individuals, such as George G.M. James in his Stolen Legacy. He's going to be quoting a lot from Diodorus Siculus and others as well. So I'm going to jump into that real quickly to let you lot know how we educated our particular priests and prophets, and only at that point were we able to say that these individuals could become a priest or a prophet. All right. Are you there? Everybody's there with me, right? Great.
Yeah, still here.
Great. So who's got stolen legacy here?
Yeah, I got it right here.
You got it? All right,
Yeah.
excellent. So chapter 7. Okay. So we have a chapter on the curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system. All right. So this is the Egyptian mystery system. If you wanted to be a priest, okay, or a prophet within inside of the Egyptian mystery system, you had to go through this training. And if your prophets claiming to be prophets didn't go through this training, we have no business in accepting them as prophets. Okay. We have no business accepting them, to be honest with you. All right. Okay. So from an ancient Egyptian perspective, of course, when we go into the African traditions themselves, in other locations, they went through their own particular training that was according to their own systems. Some of them had to go through a 7-year period. I'm just reading again from page 183 of John and Beatty's African Philosophy. This says here, they were where lengthy training is part of the preparation for priesthood. The priests are the depositories of national customs, etc. I'm just trying to find how long they actually studied for. But I'll find it for you later on to show you that they had to go through a long training, okay? A long training. They had to learn a lot of the laws, the customs, etc., etc., etc. And they had to be very much so educated. So they had to be educated in matters of their profession and religion as well. They had to be able to govern the moral and spiritual states and etc., etc., etc. But I'm not going to go into that right now. Let me just read from what we have right here. So the curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system. It says here, the education of the Egyptian priests according to their orders, from Diodorus, Herodotus, and Clement of Alexandria. Okay, so we're going into the Roman, Greeks, and Egyptian church father, and an Egyptian church father telling us about the actual education and orders that they had to go through. So we learn that there were 6 orders of Egyptian priests, and that each order has to master a certain number of the books of Hermes. Clement has described a procession of the priests, calling them by their order and stating their qualifications as follows. First comes the singer Odos, bearing an instrument of music. He has to know by heart 2 of the books of Hermes, one containing the hymns of the gods and the other the allotment of the king's life. Next comes the horoscopist, carrying in his hand a horologium or sundial and a palm branch, the symbol of astronomy. He has to know 4 of the books of Hermes, which deals with astronomy. Next comes the hierogrammat, with feathers on his head and a book in his hand and a rectangular case with writing materials, the writing ink and reed. He has to know the hieroglyphics, cosmography, geography, astronomy, the topography of Egypt, the sacred utensils and measures, the temple furniture, and the lands. Can anybody else take over?
I have this book, but I think you got a different version.
Page 132.
So,
Page 132.
oh, you're one. Okay. No, I think my page is slightly different, but I think where you're reading from what I've got here. So you're on to the I've got the stolists who must know the books of Hermes that deal with slaughter of animals and the process of embalming.
That's it. Continue from there. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So then we've got the prophets, who is the president of the temple, or the prophetess, who is the president of the temple, and must know 10 books of Hermes dealing with higher esoteric theology and the whole education of priests. And then we have the pastophori, or the pastophori, who must know 6 books of Hermes, which are medical books dealing with physiology, the diseases of male and female, anatomy, drugs, and instruments. And then we have the sciences of the monuments, which are the pyramids, the temples, the libraries, the obelisks, the sphinxes or the sphinxes and the idols. Obviously, there's architecture, masonry, carpentry, engineering, sculpture, metallurgy, agriculture, mining, and forestry. There's art, which is drawing and painting. You have to know the secret sciences, which deals with numerical symbolism, geometrical symbolism, magic, the Book of the Dead, myths and parables. Causes a social order and its protection. It also goes on to say that the priests of Egypt were also lawyers, judges, officials of government, businessmen, and sailors and captains. Hence, they must have been trained in economics, civics, law, government, statistics, census taking, navigation, shipbuilding, military science, the manufacture of chariots, and horse breeding. So, they go in. This is not just someone turning up in front of a pulpit and preaching. They're going in.
That's right. You have to be well educated before you could even try to claim prophecy. Of course, you even need to be part of the actual system itself. Whether you are part of, you have to be part of your own cultural system. You also need to be of the blood heritage. You need to be linked back via your father's genes, or whatever the case is. You need to be of a particular ethnicity to go back to becoming a priest, okay? Unless you are now married in, or unless you are now adopted as somebody as to become part of the priesthood itself and become a prophet. It's not just somebody, a Johnny come lately out of nowhere, okay? For example, that's just far off, okay, from wherever you are, okay, in a cave, that now gets revelations and now says that he's a prophet. For example, I'm just giving that for example, okay? And he also claims that he's illiterate, he's unlearned, he doesn't know anything. We cannot particularly accept a prophet like that, okay? He needs to be ordained by somebody, number one. He needs to be part of a temple school. He needs to be educated in all of these things. He can't simply claim to be unlearned. He needs to be able to read and write. He needs to be literate from that perspective, to be able to be called a prophet from our perspective, okay? If you aren't, okay, sorry, but we cannot accept you, because imagine this now, okay? Imagine this. Me, I'm Kalam. I'm here. I now just come up, into your church or wherever you are, into your mosque, and claim now, I had a vision from God and now I'm a prophet. Okay, I can't just do that. I'm pretty sure if I said that to you guys now, you look at me absurdly and think like I'm just taking the mick. Okay, but why do you think it's acceptable for other people from other cultures to come into our culture to say that they had this experience and they're a prophet and we should accept them? I don't think it should run like that. I'm not, I don't want to put it out there like to say like that. I personally believe that your particular prophets were highly educated, were highly literate, and all those types of things there. But I'm just simply saying the way you portray them, I can't accept them as my own prophet, because it just doesn't make sense. Okay, you have to be educated. You must know medicine. You must know about the stars. You must have an extensive education to even be classified and to be taken seriously. If you want to become a doctor, you have to go through a whole list of training, 7 years of training. If you want to be an architect, you have to go through 7 years of university training as well. If you want to be a lawyer, you have to go through 4 years, pass your bar, become a lawyer, etc., etc. Like, you have to go through these things. If you want to become a pastor, officially, you have to go through, your school of theology, etc., etc., etc. Pass that and be given your degree in that as well. So, but why do you now, your prophets, your messiahs, whatever the case is, they've just popped out of the blue and showing no qualifications. They're literally showing no qualifications to you, and something as very highly advanced as my own soul. Okay, if I want a doctor to practice on me, I need to see his credentials. Okay, I need to know that he's a certified doctor. But somebody who is now in charge of your soul, and you don't want to check their qualifications, and they have no qualifications, why should I take you seriously? Now, that's my question. I'm going to throw out there. Why should I even take you serious? Anyway, I'm going to open up. What are you saying, Kings?
Basically, I think that yes, the modern day religion or modern day, well, I don't even know what to. Yeah, modern day religion, you kind of have to take it on faith, and that's it. So, I say I'm a doctor or whatever, you have to believe me, and that's it. So anyone comes in, they say I'm a prophet. Well, I guess he says he's a prophet. So bang, So you do what you need to do with me, and that's where perhaps that's where Africans are. People are lacking that critical thinking or critical judgment to assess these people who make these claims just out of nowhere and say, oh well, you have to follow this or you have to do this. But we're showing you, if you do get this book, if you get a chance, get this book. Stolen Legacies, a small book by George M. James. It's a quick read. The standards that we had back in those days, just in the Nile Valley, but also Africa as a whole. So you're not just gonna accept any priest or any doctor or any lawyer just because they say I'm a lawyer. You want to see some credentials. You want to see some certificates. You want to see some documentation. So this is what I have to add. But yeah, we need to get back to that sort of thinking, that level of critique, basically.
That's right, and that's going to quote again. Okay, so this is coming from E.G. Perinda, African Traditional Religion, London, 1954, and the other print is 1962, and he basically says that that priests and devotees, mediums devoted to the gods, are set apart for divine service. Okay, so they're set apart for divine service and receive some kind of initiation and training for it. Okay, there are different methods of training, from very simple to highly elaborate, but the priesthood as a class is distinct and developed. Their training may comprise seclusion from the world, instruction in the laws, and sometimes possessions by the divinities themselves. And it says that the vocation of priest and devotee is highly honored. It is generally open to both men and women. Concerning the priest among the Yoruba, Idowa writes, so the Idowa now writes that the priest has always been an important social figure. He's inevitable in the social pattern of the Yoruba, since the keynote of their national life is their religion. Virtually nothing is done without the administration of the priest, for apart from looking after the soul of the community, he features prominently in the installation of kings and the making of chiefs. Okay, so we know you have to go through. You first need to be called. Okay, you then need to be trained. Then you need to be initiated, and then finally you need to be cleansed and ordained. Okay, these are the few things, the 4 steps that you have to go through. So like, you have to go through a rigorous amount of training and initiations before you can be considered a prophet in our traditions. You with me? Go ahead, Brother Edo.
You got it all wrong. Got it all wrong. You just need to say you had a dream, yeah, and you felt good about the dream. That's all you need. Don't need anything else. Just had a nice dream, and God spoke to me and told me everything. Just trust me, and give me a fiver while you're at it.
My brother, funny. And again, so this is like that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have that simplicity that you particularly have. And these, as again, I'm just showing you the reasons why we, as Black people, as African people, we have our own heritage. Please stop falling. If you're in a religion already and you belong there and so forth, that's cool. That's fine. I'm not even going to talk to you like that. I'm just simply saying, as African people, we need to have our own standards. Okay, the Jews themselves, they have their standards in their Deuteronomies and so forth, like to say, and in their Talmud and their Midrash and all of their scriptures to tell them what a prophet is. This is their prophets. Okay, the Christians, they have their own as well. They'll have test the spirit via this, all sorts, and they have their own. They have to be baptized. And then they also need to confess that the Lord Jesus Christ is their savior, etc., etc., and then they can be a prophet and so forth. The Islam, they have their own version of a prophet and so forth. Like, everybody has their versions. Okay, we should now push forward our own version. Okay, and not simply adopt and accept their religious philosophy, their religious theology, and their understanding. Okay. No way should we do that, because our prophets and priests has always been highly advanced, more than all of this. Okay, I'm going to be real with you. They've always been much more advanced. Okay, so we should stop that and we should actually look into our own stuff and see what they say. So those of you who also just read it out from a mainland, inland African way of looking at things, but also let's look at it from a Kemetic or an Egyptian way of looking at things as well. So let me just see here. The authority of the office of prophet alone is insufficient to allow the officiant to perform the ritual. He must be specifically, authorized as well. So seeing the god required at least royal authorization. So that's number one. You need to be royally authorized. In other cases, it could require divine authorization, such as in the autobiography of Romeo Roy. And it reads out here, the God who created himself commanded that I be initiated into his forms immediately. So we have, training and we have initiations. Okay. So the fact that the daily temple liturgy discusses how the officiant is an initiate of the gods before mentioning the position as prophet is significant, as the initiation separates the priest from the prophet. Okay. So we have priests that reaches up to a certain level, but now to become a prophet, okay, or hamnecha, one of the highest levels of authority within inside of ancient Egypt, you need to be initiated. So my question to you, okay, were your prophets initiated? That's a question. That's a question out there. Were your prophets initiated for me to even want to be accepting them as prophets? It continues, says clearly shows that one is initiated as a prophet, and that being a prophet, one is expected for entry into the temple. Thus, priests are trained. Okay, so you have to be trained, while divine fathers, okay, are initiated, just like prophets are initiated. Some have argued that the two titles are absolutely equivalent for each other, etc., etc. So once being initiated, so we already said that, you now need to be divinely called or set apart according to African. Let me get the parallels for you. So in the African tradition, it says there that you need to be called, you then need to be trained, then you need to be initiated, then you need to be cleansed and ordained. So we've gone through how, the god or the royalty will now need to call you to say that you need to be initiated. Okay, and you're now trained into the office of priesthood. Okay, you need to know the different levels. Then you now are initiated. And now once you're initiated, let's see what it says here. It says here, the standard initiation sequence, as illustrated in the temples, for example, on the exterior of the bark shrine at Karnak, is washing, establishing regalia or insignia, and finally induction into the presence of the god in his shrine. Those steps also appear in the Book of the Dead 125, where after the first declaration of innocence is read out, continues, and it says here, the donning of regalia and insignia is not described in the text, but the final rubric says that the ritual is to be performed when he is pure and clean, and after he has put on his raiment, is shod with white sandals and anointed with myrrh. Anointed. Messiah anointed. But anyway, I digress. And has presented a young bull, fowl, incense, bread, and beer and vegetables. After a second declaration of innocence, the individual passes through the gateway, naming the parts of the gate while passing through to be announced to the god. So yeah, it talks about, it continues to talk about initiations and so forth, then he ends. So so let's just get back to it. So as we can see, from the African perspective, okay, I don't want to say monolithically, but as a whole, we have that being called, being trained, being initiated, being cleansed and ordained. Okay, the four different things, and we can see that practice, being resounded throughout Kemet as well. You now need to be called, you now need to be trained in the priesthood, you now need to be initiated, and then you now need to be cleansed and ordained and given your regalia to officiate as a prophet. So we can see these things. So again, if your particular prophets never went through that type of being called, being trained, being initiated, and being ordained, okay, we cannot possibly accept your stories onto us. Like, you can't impose your culture and your customs onto us. Okay, the same way, I'm pretty sure if like a Sikh person wanting to impose onto a Jew, they're not going to accept it. The same way, if the Dalai Lama wants to claim being the Messiah, you're not going to accept it. The same way, if a Yoruba man claims that he is the Mahdi of the Muslims, or a Nabi of the Muslims, you're not going to accept it. Okay, so we have our own rights, our own traditions, and our own philosophy and theology of what our priests and prophets should be. Okay, and we're not going to succumb and secede to your version at all. That should be our stance. I'm hoping as African people, we adopt that stance. We have our own criteria, and we shouldn't simply be accepting somebody else's over our own. We need to now start having pride in our own culture and not feeling as though it is inferior to anybody else's, because in fact, it is much more superior, in my humble estimation, than other people, because we had to go through a whole list of rigorous training to make sure that our moral conduct is on point, our intellect is on point, our imagination is on point, our spirituality is on point, before we can reach the high status of becoming a prophet or becoming a minister of God or gods or deities, etc.
I'll just add into that, is that one of the reasons why this happens is primarily because we have lost a certain degree of our self-respect. So I'll give you an example. If I said, what's the longest wall in the world? Most people say Great Wall of China. But what if I told you that
it's in Nigeria?
Exactly. Four times longer than the Wall of China. But who knows that? All that's presented to us, especially our children, especially those of us who are in Europe, our children, is starvation, poverty, corruption. The list goes on, everything negative. So as a result, a lot of people kind of shy away because they associate it with something negative. So they'd rather take somebody else's stuff than take their own.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up now. Brother Saracen, I know you've jumped back in. I definitely know you want to have your say. Again, before you actually speak, you know what, somebody let me know if you want to be a moderator, because I'm hearing that there is certain trolls within inside of the comment section. If you want to be a moderator, just let me know, highlight to me that you want to be a moderator. I'll make you a moderator, and you could start blocking, because I can't obviously look in here all the time. You could start blocking individuals who aren't following the pattern that we respect over here on Titans TV. So just let me know if you want to be a moderator, and then I'll give it to you, and then you could get rid of those individuals. Again, also, if you like what we're doing, there's over 100 and odd people in here. Please give us a big thumbs up. Let us know you're liking the information so far. Okay, just give me a big thumbs up. Let me know that you're liking. All right, go ahead, King.
Yeah, bro. So I just wanted to just reiterate: if you're Muslim and you're in the chat room and you're preaching Muslim supremacy, or you're ridiculing, or you're being racist, or you're mocking people, no, that's haram. So you need to stop that right now, because obviously we as Muslims, we're supposed to conduct ourselves in the best way. And we also, if we know there's an afterlife, we believe that. So know that if you're putting people off Islam and you're giving a bad impression of Islam, you're going to be accountable. So if you're being racist and you're being horrible, allow it, just let it be. Now that said, I came on because there's a guy who's running up his mouth, God of Game, saying this. And I said, come on the Kalam show. Come on Titans TV. It's called Titans TV. Let's discuss. Obviously now he's making excuses about Facebook. But what I wanted to ask you, Kalam, is basically, you mentioned that you guys have got superior philosophies in your humble opinion, etc. But what if you're wrong? surely it shouldn't be it shouldn't be viewed through the prism of race. It should be viewed through the prism of truth. So we have rationales. Yeah, God's given us rationales, and they are different philosophies. And it's fine if you don't believe in that or something else makes sense to you. I respect that. But why follow something just because African people did, or because Indian people did it, or Chinese people did it? Shouldn't each philosophy or each thing be measured on truth rather than through the prism of race? That's my question to you.
Okay. Number one. Okay. Again, every according to this, I'm gonna answer you according to a Muslim really answer. Every nation was sent a prophet. Okay. Every nation was sent a prophet. So, according to you, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Lord of all the known worlds, okay, sent prophets to all its people, surely every single nation, if you're Chinese, you should follow a Chinese prophet. If you are African, you should follow an African prophet. If you're an Arab, follow an Arab prophet, etc., etc., etc. There is no need and no use to be following anybody else's culture and identity at all, because now you start to lose your own identity and your own culture. Does that make sense? So that's number one. Number two is, we hold self-evident that we have truths. We have high spiritual truths, and to simply now succeed to anybody else's truth, that's now admitting to ourselves that our truth isn't actually supreme at all. But we know that we can look at our culture and our history, and we can see that we had definitely had knowledge. We definitely had truth, and we definitely governed ourselves nicely before any other religions begin to invade. Even when we look into the Abrahamic faiths themselves, we see that none of our sages or our prophets, according to your Islamic narrative and even the biblical narrative as well, we never followed your prophets. We were the ones who initiated and inducted your prophets into these mysteries, and we gave them a religion, so to speak. So, if we have our own religion and our own rights and our own practices, why are we now going to be jumping into a lesser way of life to govern ourselves, or to go to a different way of life to govern ourselves, when our way of life was highly supreme prior?
You had your prophets, and you're absolutely right in what you just said, and you put it down very beautifully. And I mentioned Luqman before, and there's many other great Black African prophets. But what we don't view, Islam doesn't view itself in terms of race. Now, we've certainly had racist Muslims in the past, and we've got racist Muslims right now. Some of them are even in the chat room right now, right? But the reality is, Islam isn't a race. It's a continuation of a message, starting from the first messenger, or the first prophet of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Adam, who we believe was black, created from a black clay, and it's a continuation of that human story. And yes, you're right, it's coming different races, but as society has progressed, new rules, new Sharia, what we call legislation, has come, and it's been according to the time and place. And it doesn't mean that you give up your culture, you don't give up. I'm very happy being a Pakistani Muslim. I respect Black African Muslims. I respect Jamaican Muslims. I respect white Muslims. I respect people's culture. And for me, it's beautiful, because we've made you into different tribes and different nations to know each other. And it is beautiful. But God's given me a brain. God's given me a rationale. I don't believe in this philosophy as your opinion is good as my opinion. I respect and I tolerate other opinions, absolutely. But when you've got something that's, someone's worshipping a stone or someone's worshipping a tree, I'm sorry, I can't buy that. You have to use your brain. Is it better to worship a God that, that has no time, there's no time and place? We can go into that, that's a long debate, or just worship an inanimate object. I'm sorry, we've past that now. So, that's what I've got to say about that. And that's why I say you have to follow the truth. we shouldn't view things just because I'm African, like I'm Chinese, or because I'm Indian. We need to get over that.
Okay.
Can I jump
See,
in?
real quickly, let me just put one thing out there. Again, let me do this. So again, I'm reading again. I'm going to do this Arabic Hermes. So this is from your Arab sources as well, about our own African Egyptian way of actually understanding. And I'm going to read from here real quickly, just so you can kind of understand how we particularly think. It says here, so this is talking about Hermes or Idris or Jehuti. It says here, he was the first who discovered astrology, and he established for each region, okay, a model of religious practice, okay, which they call sunnah, for them to follow, which corresponded to their views, okay. So let me just expand upon that real quickly. So Hermes, Idris, Jehuti, whichever name you want to call it, he created, from our understanding and our perspective, okay, you know what, religion, okay, or religious way of practicing for every single people within inside of a vicinity that corresponded to their own particular views. Okay, so for example, within inside of ancient Egypt, we have 42 different nomes, or 42 different nomarchs, which is be towns or governing systems, okay, under one rule. Okay, we have 42. Each one of them had their own way of understanding the divine. They had their own way of practicing, you know what, their own, how can I put it, customs within inside of the society, their own laws, etc., etc. And they were able to live fine. Okay, there were 42 different ones of those that Jehuti created and gave to those different types of people. They were able to live fine. They didn't need one particular religion. Okay, everybody realized that we see the world differently, okay, based upon our environment. So we need things that are best suited for us within our own environment. For example, you know, in Africa, let's go to West Africa. We go into Ghana, we go into Nigeria. We have the Afanti, the Ashanti, the Asante. Everybody recognizes each other as being like, your way of life is good. We like your understanding and so forth. We have our own. Okay, it's very similar to yours, but we're not trying to convert each other. We're like, yeah, do what you're doing. You just have a different way of understanding the supreme than I do, but it's fine. Same with inside of the different tribes, if inside of Nigeria, we all have our different ways of understanding, and that is fine. Okay, for example, you want to bring in, it's technically Arab imperialism in for our perspective. Okay, you want to bring in Islam. Okay, again, we find this in loads of the debates. You can only understand Islam or the Quran if you understand Arabic. Okay, for me, I do not want to be subservient as a person to another people's way of life or culture. I don't now want to for me to know God, I have to now learn Arabic and learn the Quran and learn all of those things there. Like, that is unnecessary for me. I would rather a religion that is best created for my own viewpoint. Throughout the whole of the Quran and throughout the whole of the Bible and so forth, it tells you every single people was sent a prophet for them, a person who best understood them, okay, that spoke their language, that can now explain things for them in their own particular way of understanding. If I now give up that tradition and that way of viewing things, and now take on Islam, I now need to learn Arabic and be subservient to somebody who knows more Arabic than me. I'm not going to do it. Okay. I now need to give up, you know, part of Islam is there is no art. You cannot draw animate objects. So you can't draw a human being, their face, etc. If you do, you now need to cover their eyes or break off their nose or whatever it is to disfigure them, because you cannot draw. Part of our African culture, we have art. We have all of this great art all throughout Africa. You're now telling us we now need to give that up to follow somebody else's particular vantage point. We're not going to do it. You're now telling us that there is no music in Islam. There's no dancing, so to speak. That if there's no music, then obviously there's no dancing. You know, music and musical instruments are haram according to some beliefs in Islam. We're not now going to give up that key component of what makes us have a soul and a spirit to go now and follow that over there, one person's perspective. To be honest with you, we're not going to do it. We already foresee ourselves as having hieroglyphs, which is the birth of all language written language that has given birth to, you know, the Greeks, the Romans, the English alphabet, the Arabic language, etc., etc. We're not going to give that up based upon one man's perspective. We're just not going to do it. We have our own traditions, we have our own customs, and our traditions and customs has been given to us by our own people, and there's no need for us to be accepting anybody else's. Hopefully that answers your question. I'm going to give it over to my other brother, because I know that he wanted. Wait, Harrison, you can go in a minute. I'm going to give it to my other brother and see what he has to say, and then we can go back and forth.
All right, peace. So I heard Saracen mention something about polytheism, and he can't really understand some of the concept or aspects of polytheism. But is this, you know, like monotheism is like an ideology, same as polytheism. If you've never been a polytheist, or if you weren't born into a family that practices polytheism, from your perspective, you can always just say, well, I can't do that. I can't understand that. So, you know, that's just critique or criticism, which is unfounded on any sort of solid ground, because you haven't necessarily been or practicing all those things. From my personal perspective, when I was born, I was presented to the moon, and I was laid on the floor, and, you know, and presented to, you know, and the libation was poured, and other things happened when I was born. Now you're going to tell me that my ancestors have been practicing this tradition for hundreds of years, I should just stop what I'm doing and accept what you're saying? It's not like that. So you need to be open-minded and accept the fact that other people from all walks of life have ways of venerating their deity or their deities. It's not up to one man, or it's not up to you to tell someone what to do or what not to do. At the end of the day, if you talk about God, you understand that God is the judge, not man. So just, you know, relax.
You're absolutely right. It isn't for me to tell you what to do and what not to do. What I can do, though, and this is my right, is I can ask you, I can question you, why do you do this? Now, in Japan, they have a penis festival where they draw there's massive penises, and people worship these penises. Google it, check it out for yourself. There's another island where men walk around naked and they run after each other, you know. I'm sorry, for me, that's nonsense. You know, that is, we as humans are better than that. You know, God's given us this incredible thing called our brain. You know, I'm sorry, there's certain things that, you know, I can only voice my concerns. Whether you take
Can I interject?
Is not. The other thing was, just go back to what Kalam says. Kalam, you know, there's always been a debate about music, about that. Similarly with art, there's nothing like that. When the Prophet, peace be upon him, there were some Abyssinians that came, and it's in Sahih Bukhari, if people want to check this out, is there was Abyssinians, and they danced and they sung in front of the Prophet. They would come every year in Medina. So we've always had that tradition. The Hanafi Sunni school, which I follow, is the most tolerant of all of those schools. You know, there is some hardcore opinions that have come up recently, but traditionally there's always been in a debate around that. So I think that's slightly unfair. I do hear your point, and just to reiterate, we never force. The problem is that a lot of people come across these Muslims that are very aggressive in their dawah, you know, and you have to get a conversion. For me, I don't really care if I get a conversion or not. I just have to present the message, question things, and I question like I said, I question my own religion. I question what people tell me. I don't just take things when Muslims say it. You know, I don't just take things when a Christian says it, or Hindu, or Sikh, or even my history teacher, or whatever. It's good to question. That's why I like the show. That's why I like Titan TV, because it forces you to reassess what you believe in. It forces you, and that's what I'm saying. Keep an open mind, you know. But if something's wrong, you got to kind of use your brain. If you want to go and carry on because your ancestors did it, or because your fathers have done it, or it's your family tradition, that's by all means. The Quran addresses that in that, you know, that's why some people believe in what they believe in. But I believe that you've got a brain, you know, and I believe that we're better than that. We have to maximize. We're Beni Adam, we're the sons and daughters of Adam. We've got to maximize our abilities in the world.
definitely. I definitely respect what you're saying. I want to just touch on a few of those things real quickly. Just to give you justification of why I was saying what I was saying. I don't want to say that, there isn't a debate going on with inside that, but just to show you the impetus of where it's coming from. Again, so we're going into the hadiths of Bukhari, and it also says, so it says here basically in Bukhari 5590, I believe it is. It says here that he heard. So this is narrated by Abu Amir or Abu Malik al-Ashari, and he says here that he heard the Prophet saying, from among my followers there will be some people who will consider illegal sexual intercourse, the wearing of silk, the drinking of alcoholic drinks, and the use of musical instrument as lawful. Okay. And there will be some who will stay near the side of a mountain, etc., 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 and so forth. And on the last day, it says here, they would be transformed into monkeys and pigs till the day of and they will be remain so till the day of resurrection, etc. So this is the impetus of what I'm saying about musical instruments. But I respect that there definitely is a debate whether this is halal or haram based upon other hadiths as well. So I respect that, no problem. And again, you're talking about if people are in folly and error, surely. So I respect that again. Of course, if somebody is in folly and error, and just because their ancestors were practicing it, is down to them now to actually analyze whether it's best for them to choose another system or change their system. So I respect that. I definitely do respect that. If some people want to choose Islam, Christianity, Judaism, whatever religion it is, I respect them. Go ahead, do it. But just be very mindful of what you're doing, and don't just do it without actually investigating your own religion or your own way of life or your own heritage, your own history. Because, Marcus Garvey says that, people are like, sorry, what is it goes? Where it goes? It says here that tree without roots are like a people without no history. Okay, so therefore you should actually learn about your own history and your culture and your heritage, to not be dead and simply accept somebody else's culture as well. Please investigate the different religions that you want to become a part of. No problem. I don't have no problem with that at all. If somebody wants to change or convert over to something else, but it should be really well investigated before they choose to change over. That's my only concerns with that. Also, you talked about the different people in Japan doing running around penises or worshiping penises and so forth. I would simply say that that is a very, how can I put it? It's a very crude way of looking at things. Okay. I personally believe you should actually investigate whether that's what they actually are doing, or is there a very deeper spiritual reason behind what they're doing. For example, I'm just going to say like this: I can be an objectionable person and pretend that I don't know nothing about Islam, and I can look at Muslims going to Mecca and literally running around like a big building and kissing and praying and touching and crying over a stone, and a black stone at that. And I could say this is some devil worshipping thing going on. I can say these are idol worshippers. They're worshiping a stone. They're worshiping a black stone. That's what I could be saying. Muslims worship a black stone. They pray towards a black stone and all sorts. So, that's what they do. They worship a black stone. And then obviously you're going to be having a response at me to say that's in ignorance. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't worship the black stone, etc., etc. And you're going to give us your whole history and culture and let me know why you do the things that you do. So I think that other people from, their own walks of life, you should also give them the courtesy of explaining what they're doing and why they're doing it, because they might have a deeper meaning than just the surface meaning. If I look at a Jew banging their heads against a wall, I can say that they're worshiping a wall and so forth, not knowing the deeper spiritual meanings behind it. So I think that we should be fair and equal and courteous to other groups of individuals as well.
I have, brother. And
okay.
What they do is for fertility, but they do actually kiss the penis. They make a giant penis, and they do actually go around touching it and kissing it, and believe that by doing so it increases your fertility. But that for me is complete nonsense.
Can I just jump in?
Go ahead, King.
So I actually know about the penis thing, and it's a cultural celebration. And for a while, nobody really believes that we'll become fertile from it, but it's just part of the culture. It's a tradition that that they've kept up, and it's seen as a celebration, it's a festival. So you're actually there to enjoy yourself. Furthermore, there's nothing wrong with the penis. I was born with one. Every man's born with one. So pretending that it's some kind of sinful thing, to me, is illogical, makes no sense. But looking at things from a rational standpoint with regards to Africa, we can see Africa before foreign religions, and we can see Africa after foreign religions. And it's very clear that Africa after foreign religions has dwindled. So I will not accept a foreign way of doing things when the result, the empirical result I can see with my own eyes is that my people have crumbled compared to when we were doing our own things for our own selves in our own way that reflected us. We were high, now we're low. So for me, looking at it from a rational standpoint, being logical, there is no need to adopt other people's religions, because when we've done it, the outcome has not been good for us.
Can I ask, have you seen how Islam came to West Africa? Because if you look at it, it wasn't through war. Because if you look at when Islam tried to enter Africa, empirically through the Umayyads, they got their asses kicked. It was through the Sufis and through the Sufi tradition of art and music, and what the Sufis did, they took the people's culture and they said, look, we respect that you have, as long as it doesn't contradict with this, here's, we invite you. It wasn't through war or anything like that. Actually, if you read the Walking Quran, it's a fantastic book, and I'm plugging it by Dr. Randall Poyer, who's a fantastic Black African Muslim. Just type him in YouTube. He discusses this at length. And it was actually the African Muslims who, if you look at their history, who were the first to abolish slavery as well, who took this stance, and this then was taken in by the Europeans, etc. So I think Islam has greatly enriched West Africa, greatly enriched. There was tribes warring, killing each other way before that. And I really do urge you, just don't read that book with an open mind. I think you'll really benefit. Hopefully I'll get Kalam a copy when I see him at Speaker's Corner. You can read it as well.
Oh, okay.
Can I jump in?
Sorry, let me just quickly say something. Oh, he's gone. But he completely misrepresented what I just said. At no point did I mention anything to do with wars. That is complete. That's going off on an irrelevant tangent. What I specifically said was we can look at Africa before foreign religions, and we can look at Africa after foreign religions. At no point did I say they came in or they caused wars or anything like that. But it is very clear empirically that African society has dwindled with the introduction of foreign religions. So I don't know why he keeps going on about wars. Oh, sorry, he's back. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why you keep going on about wars. I'm not talking about wars. I didn't mention anything to do with wars. I didn't say Islam came in with swords killing everybody. I simply said the introduction of foreign religions to the land, we can see how Africa has performed before they came, and we can see how Africa is now that they're there. Didn't talk about wars, didn't talk about anybody killing anybody, didn't say Muslims are coming in and killing people and converting people by force. So don't straw man me. I really don't like that. Don't straw man me.
I'm sorry if I straw manned you. I didn't mean to. I thought that's what you said. I caught the back end of your conversation when I was trying to log in. So I apologize for that. Can I just ask you, when do you think Africa was at its pinnacle? For me, it was under Mansa Musa, when they were the richest. Mali was the richest country ever. The other period I would probably say is ancient Nubia. But I want to know from the African point of view, including Kalam and the people on the panel, when do you think Africa was at its pinnacle, right? The highest?
Okay. Should I go, or are you going to go in, or should I go in?
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, you go. I was saying something before.
Okay, so Africa has had many great like ages and stuff. So it was difficult to pick to pick one single age to say, oh, this is like the greatest age that Africa has had. Obviously, in recent history or recent mishistory, a lot of African history has been misportrayed in a certain light. So therefore, most people are probably ignorant about the real history of Africa. That's one. Secondly, I know you sound very much like, you know, you're open-minded and you want people to really look into Islam with an open mind. But then you also kind of sound like the rest of everyone else on the face of this planet is myopic. And we just like, everyone's short-sighted and no one really knows how to perhaps observe or respect certain deities and stuff. Look, if you in your house, when you were brought up, you were taught how to bake bread a certain way, and I was brought up in a certain way to bake bread in a certain way, well, at the end of the day, it's still bread. So you can't come and tell me that, oh no, actually, well, stop the way you're baking your bread and come and bake bread my way. No, or looking at someone else's way and say it's wrong. And finally, you know, none of us was born with a religion, and we're gonna leave this place without religion. So, you know, it's not really about religion, it's about spirituality and growing your spirit and stuff. So I'm not interested in attaching myself. Yeah, I'll read the Quran, I'll read other books, but there are many books. As we're talking about the ancient Egyptian priests, you have to be a master of literature, like absolutely like libraries of information. It's not just about just reading one thing. Yeah, I'm happy to look at the Quran, but are you happy to look into African history? Are you happy to look into the true history of these people? Are you happy to look into the history of the Japanese people? You know, do your own research. So, but you know, that's what I have to say, basically.
You're right. And just to let you know, I grew up in Tottenham, and I grew up mainly around black people. Most of my time when I was a youth, I studied at the Marcus Garvey Library. For those of you who know Tottenham, know about the Marcus Garvey Library. I've grown up with black history. So I've always loved black history, even though I'm Pakistani. But I'm very open. I would like to think I'm open-minded. I am sound. I would like to think I'm quite strong in my belief in Islam. But that's come over time. But I respect different cultures. I like the Bushido, the samurai culture especially. I do like the ancient Japan and ancient China as well. But my main interest is in history generally. But I love Black African history and I seek to promote it amongst Muslims. So just a little bit of background from where I come from.
Definitely, thank you. You know, I appreciate my brother Saracen, you know, for always coming on and actually bring clarity to the shows and actually showing interest in a lot of these great topics here. Like, I wish more of our brothers from all around will be more like this in terms of, it's really good to get people from different perspectives to actually question you know, African philosophy and Kemet. I actually appreciate when we've got people like this, because it helps to bring more clarity to everybody else, because these questions may be already in people's minds, but they're not brave enough and articulate enough to actually come on and present these questions and these different types of views. Also, I can see you guys, you know, somebody saying that they've messaged me via Facebook. All you have to do is Kalam, SPEL. That is my Facebook, personal Facebook. Go on there, inbox me via that link, via there, and I will get you onto the show. We're definitely going to be closing out soon, so I don't know how much longer we can actually stay on here, because we've been going for quite some time now. But I wanted to...
Good evening. I'm going to go now, but I work in the morning. Take care. Nice speaking to everyone.
Nice speaking to you, my brother. Salam. All right. So again, I wanted to actually just touch on a few different things because my brother was speaking, and I wanted to say, you know, according to, you know, even when we go into these biblical stories and Quranic stories, we will always find that our individuals, you know, the African presence are in these stories, but we were always the teachers of these individuals. We was always their teachers. We was always the one that initiated them into the mystery schools, and we were the one that gave them you know, their religion, so to speak, or we helped to manifest their religion. Okay, so in that being said, we never actually adopted their religion, or if we did, it was only to help them out, and then afterwards we was like, all right, cool, you're nice, you're set up, cool. I know that you need it, and for example, let me put it like this: I don't know who belongs to the lodges. Them, I don't know. We may set up something, you know, we may set something up, okay, and we give it to the people and be like, you're cool, you're nice, you're with me, you're nice. We'd have no reason to be joining their particular religion or cultures. We go into the scriptures, we read about people. Let me go into the scriptures. Let's think. We go into the scriptures, we learn about Melchizedek. Okay, we learn that Melchizedek was in Canaan land. He was a high priest to the Most High. We learned that he was an Egyptian. He was an emperor and a priest. He already had his system set up. Okay, he now had to initiate. Okay, he now had to initiate, what's his name, Abraham, into their system, into a system, and give him a system to follow. And that was just for him. Abraham, you're off seed. We've now created a constitution for you. Here you go. Have that. Go forth. Melchizedek never joined their systems. You with me? He never joined their systems at all. Furthermore, they joined his systems and wanted to be part. Jesus was claiming to be after that order. David in his Psalms was talking about being after the order of Melchizedek. That was supposedly the highest order on planet Earth at that time. And who was Melchizedek? He was an Egyptian. So why do we want to now join their systems? It behooves me. I don't understand. Our people have our own stuff. We go into, Moses. We know that Moses was an Egyptian, but he also had an Ethiopian teacher. He had an Ethiopian teacher that was teaching him stuff, and he never joined Moses's mission like that. He simply taught him. There's a nice story if you go into the Talmud. It's a very negative stories about Jesus, so to speak. But we go in there, we can read the stories. He's talking about who is the wisest. Okay, so that one answered and said to the wise ones, who is the teacher and who the disciple? Who of the twain is wiser, Moses or Jethro? Okay, so Moses or Jethro or Raul, depending on the different names that you know him by. And it says, was it not Moses, father of the prophets and head of the wise? And the Torah, moreover, bear witness of him. And from henceforth there ariseth no prophet Israel like unto Moses. Withal Jethro was an alien, yet taught he Moses worldly wisdom, as it is written, set thou over them rulers of thousands and rulers over hundreds. But if ye say that Jethro is greater than Moses, then would there be an end to the greatness of Moses? So, even then, you see what I'm saying? Like, you have the Jews, Jesus speaking to the Jews, saying that, Jethro was actually wiser than Moses and educated Moses, and he was a stranger. But you claim that Moses was the highest and the wisest of them all. And it continues to say, when the wise heard this, they said, as he is so very shameless, let us inquire after him. They sent to his mother, thus tell us, pray, who is the father of this boy? So straight away, okay, when Jesus was talking this Cushite Ethiopian doctrine right here, which he might have learned from Egypt, you never know. They now wanted to know, like, who is your father? About you telling us that Moses wasn't the wisest of them all. Who is your father? The way it's there, like, we never followed their stuff. We was always wiser than them. We go into the Quran now. We learn in Islam the same thing. Moses supposedly thought he was the wisest. And then, the Quran tells him that no. Travel down into Sudan. Travel down where the two Niles meet, and you'll find somebody there, Al-Khidr, the dark one. Okay, go down there. You'll find somebody who's much wiser than you, and he would be the one to teach you things. He went down there. He was educated by him. Moses said, let me be your follower. I want to be your follower. He's pleading, he's begging to be Al-Khidr's follower. Al-Khidr is like, nah, fam, I don't want you to be my follower. You can't bear what I have to say, what I have to teach. In the end, Moses couldn't even pass his training or his initiation. Why? Because he didn't have something called patience. He was kept butting in. He didn't have the patience. So again, Al-Khidr was somebody even higher than Moses with inside of their particular traditions, the Quranic teachings. Al-Khidr was higher than Moses. Inside of the Jewish teachings, Jesus taught, Jethro was higher than him, who was a Cushite, who was an Ethiopian. So really and truly, we have our own systems that were much more stronger, much more wiser than their systems. Why do we not go back and try to learn our own system. Go back into Kush, go back into Ethiopia, go back into Egypt, go back into the West Africa, Dogons, Mali, etc., etc. Go back into those systems and find out what our people actually taught before accepting their traditions. That's what I'm saying. That's what I got to say. I've exhausted myself. I'm mad tired right now. What are we saying? Edo man, you're there? Is there anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, I'm still here. No, I think you pretty much said it. At the moment, we're a broken people. That's why things are the way they are. If you look at prisons, the biggest conversions take place in prisons, and people like to boast about that. And who do you find in prisons? You don't find well-rounded, emotional, people who are secure in their emotions in prison. You find people who are broken, and we are a broken people. And when you're broken, you just latch onto anything that looks halfway powerful, and that's what's happened to us. Because if you look at our systems have zero compulsion. You don't even get somebody on the street coming to talk to you about it. You know, you literally need to know someone and say, oh, what's that you're doing? It goes, oh, this, oh, it's da 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 da. You don't even see our people on the streets saying, I want to tell you this. I think you might need this in your life. Hey, have you heard of this? Zero, zero. It's a case of if what you're doing is good for you, more power to you. Not my business. I've got my own stuff to worry about. Simple, British, you know. But no, I think you pretty much wrapped it all up.
All right, give thanks. We give thanks. We got Kumba. Are you there real quickly before we close out on the show? I'm going to do a quick announcement as well. But before we close out the show, is there anything that you wanted to say?
I learned a lot, man. I appreciate you guys spreading the truth, and it's always encouraging to see us finally having a mindset to come together on one accord, no matter where, how far away we are. It's the spirit that we're after. I think we're not even really after, putting a fork in the ground with a statue flag of or a statue or a flag, that has Kemet or anything on it. But I think it's, pure souls that we're looking for. So I appreciate that.
Definitely, King. Definitely. All right. You know what? It's been an absolute pleasure having you guys. I'm going to drop some announcements real quickly, and then I'm going to close out. But again, please give us some likes, man. Show us the appreciation. Hit the like buttons. Like. Let us know that you've been enjoying the show. All right. My brothers actually want the link, bro. I'm trying to go to bed. You lot are crazy out here. All right, cool. Let me send you the link, my brother. But yeah, real quick, let me get back into that. Yeah, show us the love, man. Show us the love. We're on 59 likes so far. I want to see that just dramatically increase. Show us that you're appreciating us. You're loving what we're doing, man. I want to see that love, man. Show us that you're loving us. So there we go, 61. I see that jump. That's lovely. So you know what? Yeah, I might even cut this bit out from the actual live show when I do it, when I just cut, trimming out and stuff. But what is it saying, man? Yeah, brother Sarah. I know you guys want to see this debate, man. Like Adnan Rashid, out of all of the Muslim brothers out there, is stepping up. He says that, yeah, bang, let's get involved with the debate. I was mad gas this afternoon, coming back. I was like, yo, I want to see this debate popping. I spoke to Sarah and he's like, you know what? This whole, Nun thing, like, is cool. It's like a little jab. That's about it. But he wants to go straight to the jugular. He wants to give that right hook. He wants to get it in. So that's what he's basically saying. He wants to get it in. And if he wants to debate, he will be debating on things such as the marriage between Aisha and the Prophet. That's what he really want to be doing, or something that has a very much more greater impact than simply something like that. That's just like something trivial. It doesn't really affect anything. He wants something that has much more of a longer, harder effect. And I appreciate that. So if brother Adnan would actually want to debate things to do with Aisha's age, etc., I think my brother would be like, yeah, let's do it. So you know, I really read Adnan's Rashid's thing. He said he's only want to deal with that particular topic, and that's it. So, you know, unfortunately, I don't know if Sarah says he needs something much more hard, much more stronger than that, man. So that's my little announcement I've got to give you guys. Hold on, let me just see what my brother Sarah is saying real quickly. What you saying, King?
Mhatap, ETE, Mhatap, Shanice, and Shanesh watching. Make sure y'all like my man Kalam's channel. Stop playing games. Like his channel. Drop a 5, drop a 10, man. This stuff is not for free when we be doing these YouTubes. Man, if the brother Adnan if he want to talk about the noon, tell him come holler at me. That's what I do. You know, Savra is about energy and more scientific. I'm about explaining science through the Remech and the different Necharu in ancient Kemet. So if he wants to go there, we can do that. He obviously probably doesn't know what Zep Tepi is and what that would bring into the discussion. And yeah, tell one of them dudes come get it. If any ABCG, anybody can get it, right? This is Kemet. We created you. You know, no disrespect to the Muslim ox, the Christian ox, but if we don't say it like this, you'll keep trying to step on us. You'll keep trying to drop rose petals where it's not welcome at. So if you want to get it in, tell him come get it in with somebody who moves in that direction. I know Sarah is not sound on that necessarily. He's about the energy only. But come see me about it. If you talking down on Remech spirituality. Another thing I heard the brother was saying, oh, you're worshiping the stones, etc., etc. But you have to understand, Islam to us is the imagination of a young Arab dude in the desert. So your God is the imagination of a young dude in the desert. And we can't see that. It's a contingent being which you can't prove, right? We can prove every aspect of the universe, and we gave it a name, so we have more respect for it. This is why we don't pull oil up out of Seb, the earth. And that's one of your main manufacturing bodies, is oil in different Middle Eastern and Arab countries. So we have more respect for the aspects of the universe than a lot of other cultures. You guys are just babies. We taught you, as I'll read what the Remech said to the Greeks at that time back in the day. So anybody can get it. You know, it's respect, it's love, but we're debating. And if you want to debate and discuss it, come to the guys who do that. Say by Reggie's ready and Patasa Care is ready and some more people are ready. But I'm definitely ready. So don't run around it, run to it.
Jeez, I love that. We created. I love that. See, that energy is mad. That energy is crazy right about now. You know what? You're making me feel like I need to go on a little bit longer. Let's talk about this known principle right now. Like, let's take out the Qurans. Let's take out the tafsirs. Let's go into this. Let's go into the Kemetic information. MLP, I see you, babes. I see you. Peace, 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 queen. You know what? Actually, let's quickly jump onto that. Real quickly, you just giving me life. You're giving me life. What's the time right about now? What's the time? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. To hell with that, man. Let's jump on a little bit of information. Let's chop it up. You know, Tuesday. You know, we created this thing. All right. You know what? I love that because that's right down my alley as well. You know, because really and truly, it all ties in. Because those are the first 2 chapters revealed in the Quran. I said revealed in the Quran, not in the order that it is today. Obviously, that, you know, that chapter there is chapter 68 in the Quran, but obviously when it was first revealed, that was the 2nd chapter according to most chronologies. Okay, so I want to jump into that. I want to know, you know, what your thoughts are on that particular one when it talks about the Nun. So that's chapter 68, verse 1. I want to go into that and you know, and see how it all interrelates. Like for me personally, like I love Islam, so I'm never gonna talk bad about Islam or anything like that. Hold on 1 second. Kalam, the Muslims you get to debate are okay. Should I read it? No, I'll read it. Okay, done. Get some that at least sledge to done facts. Stick to the, I don't know, sledge to the done facts rather than just trying to justify the Quran with their weird explanations. Oh, Kalam, yeah, cool, Jay. Peace, 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 peace. Thanks for moderating as well. So yeah, I want to jump onto that. Okay, I want to jump onto that. So for me, again, I got respect for Islam. I love Islam. Like, it's got some gems in there. It's got, like, for me, I'll tell you now, it's got some gems in there. And I think that, you know, from what I've studied, I've seen that, you know, Muhammad had to have been initiated to a certain degree of information dealing with, you know, Judaic, Christianic, Kemetic information. Like he was part of that milieu and he was into that and so forth. So I can see the resemblance. You know, most people, they can't see it. Like, I just have to read. For me personally, I just read. I don't even have to read, bruv. I just have to see. When somebody tells me that they're in a cave, okay, that just draws my mind back into all of the mystery systems where every single type of initiation takes place. That draws my mind back into the Republic in Plato, etc. All different types of information where that's where my mind goes to straight away. Okay, and when you want to tell me, you know, read, you know, Ikra, like that's telling me to Ikra, to read, like. Nigga, what you want me to read? Like, what do you want me to read? Like, you know, but anyways, I digress, you know. You're telling me, you're talking about reading. So if you're talking about reading, you're talking about writing. And it's telling you that read in the name of your Lord who created man from a clot of blood. Cool. And what's it again? Read. Because what was
Ikra,
recite, read.
I can't recite, and he squeezes them from behind. Ikra. Come on.
There you go. We know mystery systems. We know what it's talking about. For me personally, I see it like that, you know. And it also talks about, you know, reading who taught man by the pen that which he knew not. When I see those things there, do you know what that takes me back to straight away? I want to ask you, as an Egyptian initiate, who taught by the pen?
Jehuti and Shishat.
Jehuti. There you go. That's the only person who taught by the pen in ancient Egypt. Okay. Obviously, they call that Idris or Enoch in their particular systems. So we know this. You know, we know that, you know, Enoch was transliterated, should I say? Okay. When we go into the books of Genesis, he was transfigured. He went up into the heavens. He walked with the gods. And when you go into the Christian teachings, he now is an angel in heaven. When you go into the Jewish Kabbalah, we know that he's now become Metatron, or Metatron Yahweh, or Metatron Hermes. We know this throughout their teachings. We know he's the one with the pen. He's the scribe. He's that original angel that spoke things into existence or writ things into existence. We know that from our own tradition. So when you're talking about read in the name of your Lord who created and all them things, they were like, fam, like we can see the similarity straight away. Then the very next chapter, he's talking about the Nun. Then you're talking about the Nun, like, and then you don't even know what the Nun is. You lot just simply said the Nun, but it's the mystery letters in the Quran, and you lot don't understand it. Like, this is when we, as Africans, should now come in and not simply be underneath them. We should now give them the interpretation and give them the teachings. And for me, when I read it as well, I can see that, right, these people were actually, they had some information to do with the hieroglyphs. Okay, they definitely did have some information from my perspective. I want to see from your perspective in a minute. Let's see if I could bring it up, that tafsir. I'm going to bring up that tafsir real quickly. Hold on, I know I've got it somewhere. Let me see. Do I have that? Ibn Abbas's tafsir? Let's see. Let's see if I do. Let's see. Ah, yeah, I do. Let me just share my screen then. Let's see. Screen share. Okay, so we got Ibn Abbas's tafsir. Can you see my screen? Yeah, we should be able to. So let me just scroll quickly down to chapter 68 as it is in the Quran. Obviously, this was the second chapter that was revealed in the Quran itself, but unfortunately they've changed the order away from the chronology into something else. So it says here, yeah, okay, can we read this? And it says here, and from this narration on the authority of Ibn Abbas that said, regarding the interpretation of Allah's saying Nun, he says, Allah swears by the Nun, which is the whale that carries the earth on its back. while in water, and beneath which is the bull, and under the bull is the rock, and under the rock is the dust, and none knows what is under the dust save Allah. The name of the whale is Luash, and it is said its name is Luetia. The name of the bull is Bahmut, and some say the name is Talhut or Leona. The whale is in a sea called Adwad, and is like a small bull in a huge sea. The sea is in a hollowed rock whereby there is 4,000 cracks, and from each crack water springs out of the earth. Let me see if I can maximize my screen because it's looking kind of crazy. There it is. There's the maximize button. All this time I'm there looking. There we go. Let me just bring this over a little bit. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is also said that the Nun is one of the names of the Lord. It stands for, it is also one of the names of the Lord, you know. It stands for the letter Nun in Allah's name, Rahman, the beneficent. And it is also said that a Nun is an inkwell by the pen. Allah swore by the pen. This pen is made of light, and its height is equal to the distance between heaven and earth. It is with this pen that the wise remembrance, i.e. the guarded tablet, was written. It is also said that the pen is one of the angels by whom Allah has sworn, and Allah has also swore by what the angels write down of the works of the children of Adam. All right, so all of that there, yeah, is packed with hieroglyphic imagery, okay, and symbolic speech. And most people cannot, I'm pretty sure most people don't have a clue what's going on. But when you go into the mystery systems, when you go into the Sufi teachings of Islam as well, that's another thing. That will give you another breakdown. But just reading that, like, most of you lot won't be able to unpack it because you are not initiated, obviously. But you know, when you're talking about the pen, let me just read it. And I swore by the pen. This pen is made of light, and its height is equal to the distance between heaven and earth. Like, this is symbolic speech. Like, those of us, let me see. Where's my mystery students out there? What does this mean? That the pen is made of light, and its height is the equal of the distance between heaven and earth. Let me see. I want to wait. I'll give you a little help.
Yeah, let me be quiet for a second. I'll let you. Unless you want me going right now.
Let me give you 1 degree of knowledge. Let me give them 1 degree of knowledge real quickly. Light. Okay, what is light? What is light? Light is knowledge, right? Once you're able to see, once the sun is shining, you now perceive things in the world, right? That is knowledge right there. That is the symbology of that particular meaning. The pen is made of knowledge. And what is it the knowledge of? It now tells you it's the height, which is equal distance between heaven and earth. So that's now telling you it's the knowledge of the heavens and earth. What is the knowledge of the heavens and the earth? The knowledge of the heavens and earth is simply astronomy and geometry. That's simply what it means. The knowledge of geometry and geography, geometry and astronomy is inside of the pen. All of this is written down on the guarded tablets or the tablets of remembrance. This is simply talking about the knowledge that the Supreme Creator originally has, and he has now passed it on into a particular form, which is known as, you know, the word or the speech which created the heavens and the earth, which is anthropomorphically made into a pen. But there's obviously somebody that holds the pen. Who is the person that holds the pen and is the symbolic of the pen? Obviously is the Netcha Jehuti. That is who is talking about. We know through, obviously, you know, the biblical teachings, we know that Enoch and so forth has all been transfigured into being angels, and this is what it's really talking about here. So, like, for those people who know the symbology within this, can read it and be like, okay, cool, I realize this is all symbology and allegory, and that's just 1 degree of the breakdown. I'll let my brother go in anyway. Go on, my brother, go ahead and break some stuff down for those people who are still here with us that don't really understand these mystery teachings.
Deeper, right? It said the pen is measured from the earth to the what?
To the heavens.
To the heavens. Who measures the earth? Who measures the earth in the form of A?
Tell us.
Jehuti.
Tell us.
Jehuti is the measure of the earth.
What does the word metateron means? The person who measures it again. Go in, my brother. Go in. Go in. I'm just going to quickly jump out. I'll be back in like 1 minute. Just go in, man. I'm listening.
Okay. So Jehuti is the measurer of the heavens. This is known in ancient Ramech, Hecken and Chair, praises of the divine faith. This is known in our spirituality system. This is not just known by us. This is known in African spirituality, where he appears in different clans, instructions, such as the Maasai, who have the Ilisar clan, or the what's my brother's names? The Kalenjin, who have verbiage and linguistics just like ancient Kemet in almost all of their script. Okay. Shout out to Saber Reggie. You also have what he said is behind that. He said the bull is behind that. Who is the bull in ancient Kemet? This is a Sar. This is your Sar. This is your Apis bull that you see on a regular basis, because he's the universal soul. He's the spirit or the universal soul inside of everything. Amen. Later called Amen. Hidden factors that you can't see, but you know that they are the insides of the different Netcheru, including you, that give you life. That is what life exists of, the universal soul, Asar and Amen. So the bull is behind that. The noon, if we break it down if we just break it down scientifically, the noon is what? The noon is the dark matter. And now Unet is the dark energy. The dark energy bursts the dark matter into existence. This is basics. This is basics if you're initiated, if you know, if you're in the know. If you're not in the know, you do not know.
Hey, let me jump in.
What's called the. Go ahead, family.
Now I wanted to jump in. I'm gonna say, let me help my brothers and sisters out. Let me help my brothers and sisters out. This is what you like for my Muslims, even for my Kemetics as well. Yeah, literally, just go purchase this book. Okay, Dr. Okasha L. Daly from the UCL. He goes in. This is one of our greats in the UK, Egyptian Muslim Egyptologist, that goes into the Muslim records itself. Okay. He now goes in, and says, in some cases, after talking about, okay, let me just start up here, actually. The influence of some aspects of Egyptian religion on Islamic ritual has been noted by Stet Gavech in 1996. In my opinion, Islamic Sufism is firmly rooted in Egyptian religion, but this is a major subject which requires separate study. In some cases, deities were translated into prophets or angels in order to align them more closely to Islam. Christianity and Judaism, a good example is the explanation given by Ibn al-Wardi of the creation of earth. Let me actually get it up for you real quickly. Let me get you the imagery up of Ibn al-Wardi. This is the stuff that Gary was talking to what's that brother's name? Adnan Rashid about. Okay, let's see if I can get it up. Oh no, in his book. See, this is real good. This is real good. Let me get it up for you guys, because you lot don't even know about these things most probably. Let's see, share my screen. Let me share my screen real quickly. So this is the visual representation. Can we see this? Is this clear? Let me know if it's clear, King. Let me know. Do you see the imagery?
You can see it, but yeah.
So this is the visual imagery of that Ibn Abbas's explanation. Okay, so I'm going to keep on reading anyway. So it says here, this is an explanation given by Ibn al-Wardi of the creation of earth. It says, following the rule of the theory of the ancients, there must be a sky under the earth like the one above it. Hold on. Where do we have that teaching in? What's the sky underneath?
The Amduat.
The Amduat, yeah. Or the Duat. There you go. You see, when you start reading their stuff here from your own perspective, you can know what they're talking about. Otherwise, you'd be lost in the source. Yep.
Why does it have red, green, and black rings at the bottom? Why?
Bro, there's so much.
Red, green, and black. It's red, black, and green. Same colors as Star Wars on his neck. I ain't gonna go into that.
You see it. Okay, there must be a sky underneath the earth like the one above it. It is said that when the glorious God created the earth, it was tilting like a ship. So God sent an angel who went down until he was underneath the earth and carried it upon his shoulders. Then he put his hands out, one towards the east and the other towards the west, and held the seven earths. Okay, and held the seven earths, or the spheres, and restrained it. It was stable until it was stable. But the angel's feet did not have a platform to stand on. So God sent a bull from heaven for the angel to stand on. This is Ibn al-Wardi, Kharidat 14 to 15. In this text, okay, so this is my brother Akashi El-Dali, who's the author of this book, speaking. We see a melange of ancient Egyptian iconography relating to the primeval god Nun and the common image of him carrying the ship of the sun, God at the beginning of creation, with an attempt to explain the disappearance of the feet of Nun into the earth, figure 27. There are ancient Egyptian texts referring to the creator, the sun god, in one of his manifestations as one who fixed the sky on his head. These Arab sources show a familiarity with ancient Egyptian religious scenes encountered during visits to tombs, chapels, and temples. It carries on and goes on and on and on. But real quickly, when he's talking about figure 27, this is what he is referring to over here. Okay, so I know some of you have seen these types of stuff, and these are the other stuff that they go into in there. So you can see that they're borrowing, the ancient Egyptian iconography. But my brother, you was going in. But I want you to know, before you go in, I want to start from the very beginning. Okay, Okay, it talks about that. It gives you three description of what the Nun is. Okay, it first says it's the whale. Okay, it secondly says, or sea creature, whale, whatever, sea creature. Then it secondly says it is a yeah. It secondly says what it could be. It could be the name of Allah, and in particular the ending of El Rahman. Okay, let me bring it up real quickly so we can see. I don't want us to be lost in the source again. So I just want to I want to see if you can see the Egyptianness of it, basically. So where is the hadith? So the hadith is here. It says that it could be Allah swears by the Nun, which is the whale, and it gives a whole story, which we're not going to talk about. So it could be the whale. It also says that the Nun is one of the names of the Lord. And it stands for the letter Nun in Allah's name, Al-Rahman. And it also said that it is a nun in a wet inkwell. So it's an inkwell, basically. So I want to know, is that part of ancient Egyptian iconography? Those three things, being the name of Allah, which is Rahman, being the inkwell, and so forth. I want you to start with the inkwell. I want to know, what is the inkwell in ancient Egypt?
The inkwell, now that could be a lot of things, but that's the palette of the sesh, right? So the sesh is the writer for Jehuti. Jehuti is the writer for the Netcheru and the speaker for the Netcheru. So when you dip that ink into that palette and you begin to write, if you're a sesh, you need to go according to, and you can find them in Ptahhotep, the maxims which set you straight concerning delivering a message purely as it was given to you, and delivering it as if you were Jehuti's fingers themselves. Okay, so if you want to go there, that's pretty much what you're looking at. When you talk about I think you said the Nun after that.
No, I wanted to quickly, the hieroglyph, the Nun. I just wanted to get it real quickly up so everybody can kind of see what it is before we skip.
Yeah.
So when they're saying the inkwell pot, this is what they're talking about. Just real quickly. Okay. So can everybody see that there? So this is it here. I believe it is W24 on the gardeners list. If you see all of that, this is the pot.
That's the symbol for Newt. Right.
That's right. And that is also the
that pot is the symbol for
Nun. Let's quickly go on to Nun real quickly. Nun, ancient Egyptian, just so everybody can see. Okay, so this is the whole carrying on the boat and all them things there. So yeah, this is new. So you can see the ink pot right there that they call the ink pot. Okay, that is him right there.
Picture. Yeah. The picture where Noon is holding. Oh, go back. The picture where Noon is holding.
Just to see even more. Look, new. That's a symbol for new, and then you got the waters again. Okay.
In case you think we're lying, right?
Just in case you don't think we're lying for real. Like, let's just show you where you lot are getting your stuff from, and these are the reasons why. We know, but we just remain quiet because that's what you do. Go on. Which one did you want to see?
Now, if you see right there, that picture you're on with Nu holding the boat, you see the creative. You kind of have a drawing of the universe as it exists. You have Nu upholding the boat of Ra. You have Khepera, the creative force. I believe, and I'm as far, but that's okay. You're going to generally have Sa'a, the mind, Tia, etc., the different things that make up the thought and the mind of what you call God inside that boat. And they don't have the names over it, so you know this is a fake. But that's okay because we know that the nature are in there that make up the creative factor from you. So you're looking at a picture of the universe when you see that right here. You're looking at the Noon, the dark energy and dark matter. Khepera is the biggest part in the boat, the beetle, and different creative forces that are expanding from him in the boat.
Also, what I wanted to do this as well, just to get it up there. Go on, continue speaking, my brother. Continue speaking.
So, if one of the Muslim brothers, and so because the brothers are talking about it, if you want to discuss it, come on, let us know. If I make you nervous, I can get somebody else. It's probably gonna be nicer than me. I'm telling you right now. And we can get into a discussion so that we can have a full-blown dialogue where you get what you get and where it came from initially, the date that's on yours and the date that's on ours, and the information being transposed and superimposed over religions that were created for you later, and why we shouldn't have to embrace those religions because they're afterthoughts of our original religion after Clement of Alexander shut down the Ankhs in ancient Kemet a long time ago. Fashion is a bad echo.
Sorry. I also wanted to show as well. Are you there? I also wanted to show as well because it names three things. It names the inkwell and it also names the whale as well. So I just wanted to quickly just show where these concepts are coming from again in ancient Egypt. So when you go into the letters of the Nun itself, it says here in terms of alphabet, just alone, just going to the alphabet, it says here Nun is believed to be derived from an ancient Egyptian hieroglyph of a snake. The Hebrew word for snake is nachash, begins with a nun, and snake in Aramaic is nun or eel. Okay, keyword eel. Some have hypothesized a hieroglyph of fish in water as its origins in Arabic. Nun means large fish or whale. The Phoenician letters was named nun, fish, but the glyph has been suggested to descend from a hypothetical Proto-Canaanite Nachash snake based on the name in Ethiopic, etc. So we see there's the hieroglyph here, which is to do with a snake. Okay, but the question is, in the Nun, okay, which is the Nun, okay, in ancient Egypt. This is the question I'm going to ask you, okay? This because we're just going through the letters right now. In ancient Egypt, what was Nun and Nunet's depictions?
What was
In terms
Noon's
of animals,
depiction?
the zoological depictions.
The zoological depiction of Noon?
Yeah.
He put me on the spot after work. Hold on.
All right,
It
I'll
was
break it
water.
down for you. Yeah,
No, that
the
it needs to be an animal.
the zoological
now you-
was to do. It was two. It was a snake and
It
a
was a
frog.
bird.
It was actually a snake and a
Snake
frog.
and frog. No, that's
So-
the
so-
yeah, from the Ogdo. So Noon was
From
the
the
frog, and Unet was the snake. All the ladies were snakes, and the men were frogs. And this was found in Hermopolis, which we call Canoe.
That's right. There you go. So again, when you're talking about this, the you know, the whale and all those things there, all that was really talking about a snake-like creature that dwelt in the water, a large snake-like creature. So this was just the anthropomorphic form of the Nun. Okay, so when you have the Nun just being the waters, you have the anthropomorphic form, which is the whale. You call it the whale or the big fish, but really and truly, when you look at the hieroglyphs in its original form, where the Hebrew and the Aramaic and so forth get it from, it was actually a snake-like creature, which relates back now into being the Nun anthropomorphic form. All right, and also, wait,
right.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying the Na'unet. So the female form birthing everything into creation. The dark energy birthing the dark matter.
There you go. There you go. And then obviously, it even tells you, you know, that the Nun is one of the names of their God, of Allah. And in particular,
it could be the surname. It could be the surname. According to what you read.
It could be the surname, you know. So like when we look at these things, we can just see the ancient Egyptian iconography. Like for those of us who are initiated that type of information, we see it like holy. Like the three things that you named is just simply coming out of ancient Egyptian iconography. You know, when you're talking about, you know, it being Al-Rahman, or one of the last portion of the name Rahman, you know, we know that literally means to be you know, to be either merciful or to be gracious, but really and truly its root is actually the rahim, or the which is the womb. You know, Brother Polite brings this up. That is the etymological root, meaning something that pushes something out. And obviously, the womb of all creation is obviously the Nun itself. You know, and that ties into you know. Let me just go into this as well.
Right.
You know, the Jamaica says, if you force me to say something still more daring, it is his essence to be pregnant, okay, with all things and to make them. As it is possible for anything to be produced without a maker, so also it is also impossible for this maker not to exist always, unless he is always making everything in heaven, in air, on earth, in the deep, in every part of the cosmos, in every part of the universe, in what is and what is not. For there is nothing in all the cosmos that he is not. He is himself the things that are and those that are not. This is the Nun principle, for those of you who don't know. Those that are, he has made visible. Those that are not, he holds within him. This is the God who is greater than any name. This is the God invisible and entirely visible. This God who is evidently to the eyes, may be seen in the mind. He is bodiless and many-bodied, or rather, he is all-bodied. There is nothing that he is not, for he also is all that is. And this is why he has all names, because they are of one Father. And this is why he has no name, because he is Father of them all. So that we can see, you know, your whole principles of the three different explanations of Nun is coming straight out of ancient Egyptian iconography. Straight away from the bat, we can see it, you know. And then when we go into, you know, certain teachings that has been passed down, this particular breakdown You know, I know they don't know this. I know they don't know this, you know, about the Nun being a whale that carries the earth on his back while in the water, etc., etc., etc. Like, this was a highly mystical thing that only certain initiates were clued up on. And to even give you a reference point from the Arabic, from the Muslims themselves, let me give you a reference point. Take over real quickly. Let me just draw for a book as a reference point.
I just want to say to my brother Saracen that, you know, I definitely respect him. He's a very brave man, coming on this platform and talking with us. And I hope that he watches this part, because we addressed a lot of what we were talking about earlier. And I think even Asar, when he got on, there was one thing that he said that I think strikes all Africans, is when we get accused of idol worship. And you know, not to talk about him while he's not here, but Saracen, he made the claim, you know, that he accepted the fact that our knowledge was being demonized so that somebody else could cultivate it for their own, you know. And so when he said that he accepted that, he knew that things were being demonized. I just want to ask him to consider that the idol worship claim be one of those things that's being demonized, because the idea of none, it's a mental construct until somebody materializes matter and makes a statue in order to remember the aspect of God. And a lot of times when somebody tells a lie on you, they actually claim that you do the exact opposite of what you're doing. So I just find it absolutely funny that the claim is that we worshiped statues and forgot about God, when we actually worshiped the idea that the statue represented to always remember God every day.
There you go.
And in particular, my little brother Puma right there. And in particular, knowing that particular aspect of nature and holding it in divine fashion. So I give you for an example, the Ilisar are the Asar. You know, that's straight up and down. That's a clan in the Maasai culture who are considered to be medicine men. What they offer you as a peace offering is grass, because grass is held sacred. And at the weddings, they offer grass. Some grass they consider better than others. Some grass has the power to heal you from certain ailments and sicknesses. They know the particular grasses. And the doctors in that part of Africa where the Maasai are at, I want to say in, not Tanzania, anyway, the location where they're at, and I can pull it up if necessary, the doctors will consult them concerning some of the natural herb elements to prescribe to their patients, who they give pills and send you off to die a slow death. So that aspect of grass, of nourishment, the corn and the grass, that's part of Asar. That's part of Seb, and understanding what regeneration is and understanding that aspect of the Sar. And the Il Asar clan are who teach it. They're renowned for it.
Respect.
All right, let me quickly jump in. Like, so again, I'm gonna jump to your own sources. So this is one of my favorite books, you know, introduced to me by some Sufis as well. Is Ahmed ibn Ali ibn al-Mukhatir ibn Abd al-Karim, also called Ibn Washia. Okay, Ibn Washia, which I believe actually means, anyway, let me not even go there. And it's called The Ancient Alphabets and Hieroglyphic Characters Explained, with an account of the Egyptian priests, their classes, initiations, and sacrifice in the Arabic language. This book is sick still, bruv, because, you know, for those people that don't even understand that these Arabs were going in, I say Arabs, but he wasn't technically an Arab, but let's just say the Arab-speaking world, they had some good information about the hieroglyphs actually there. They had a lot of it penned down already. By literally studying with the Egyptians and finding out these informations. So, you know what? This is the figure right here. This is the figure that, I don't know if we can see it. I don't know if we can see it. This is one of the figures that we are seeing in Ibn al-Wardi's book, which is the kind of the...
Bring it back sometime.
Yeah, it's not very good. Obviously, in its original form, it would have been better.
There it is.
Yeah, in its original form, it would be better, but it was literally showing you what it's talking about, what Ibn Abbas is kind of expounding upon. But it was such a very sacred knowledge, okay? And I want to show you how much of a sacred knowledge it was, according to their own accounts, okay? It says here, this figure is expressive of the most sublime secret, called originally Bahmud and Kharuf, or Kaf, okay? So Bahmud, okay, or Bahumed. Remember the Bahumed, okay? When we go back again, let me just quickly go back so you understand what's being discussed, okay? So when we go back, where is it? When we go back, let me share my screen so you lot can understand what was actually taking place, okay? When we go back, all right, it says here that the Bahumed or the Bahmud is the name of the bull, okay? Is the name of the bull, and obviously has other names and so forth. So this is what they're actually talking about right there. So this is what we're going into, okay? It says, viz, the secret of nature, of the nature of the world, or the secret of secrets, or the beginning and return to everything. To speak at length of this figure is more than the limits of this book allows. We refer the curious who wish for more explanation to a book which has been translated from our Nabatean language into Arabic, entitled Sons of the Suns and Moon of the Moons, illuminating discovery of the Hemetian alphabet or hieroglyphics, where he will be completely satisfied. Okay, the Hermesians let nobody into the secrets of their knowledge but the disciples, lest the arts and sciences should be debased by being common amongst the vulgar. So really and truly, we're actually discussing them ancient secrets there that we shouldn't be, because it now becomes common among the vulgar, really and truly. So it's showing you that this particular symbol and this secret thing here was talking about the nature, the secrets of nature, basically. Okay, and that's why most of them will never be able to explain it to you. Again, let me just read as secret. This is the figure is expressed of the most sublime secret, called originally Bahmud and Kharuf, the secrets of the nature of the world, or the secret of secrets, or the beginning and return of everything. So it's talking about how everything began and how everything will return. The secrets of the nature of the world and the secret of secrets. This was the most sublime secrets right here, the principle of Nun. Most people don't understand that. That's like the hidden name of Ra. That's the hidden name of God right there. That's Amun. That's that hidden principle right there. You know, everybody's talking about, yeah, God is the prime mover, the unmoved mover. But have you ever thought about who was God before he moved? That's that secret right there. God, the unmoved mover before he moved. That is what it's talking about. Nobody. Anyway, I digress because really and truly, we're making this really vulgar. Like, we're just letting it out there. Like, you know, this would be time out, man. We should have time out, because if you're not initiated, if you ain't been squeezed 3 times, okay, if you ain't been squeezed 3 times, okay, and you haven't, you know, stepped up on those degrees, you ain't stepped on those 3 degrees as of yet, and you ain't standing on your square, we shouldn't be divulging this information to you, really and truly. Anyway, go on, my brother. Go in, man. Go in.
I mean, when you hear Bahamut, when you hear that this is the secret nature, this is the secret nature, right? What do we talk about the Necharu being? Nature. Look, I got brother Patah Sakir calling me right now. Patah, you watching Kalam right now?
How are you doing, my brother?
I'm good. I'm over here talking to Kalam and my brother Kumba. We talking to all of London right now. We're talking to we talking to Kalam right now, my brother Kalam. Tell him I said peace. He said peace.
But you got me on the line with him now?
You over here, Kalam. Can you send him the link?
Send me the link,
I want you to go in on the noon.
Yeah, send me the link, man. I just got talking Jerry. He just.
Hold up, brother. Hold up, because we live. Hold on 1 second, fam. We live. Hold on, fam. Yo, hold on. Hey, if you can't send him the link, are you about to?
Do you know what? Yeah, you've got the link. You've got the link. Send it to him. I've sent it to you via Facebook, right? So you just have to pass it on to him.
The time I'm about to send you the link. Hold on 1 second. So,
shit, look at me. I'm shining like the stars. I'm shining like the sun. I'm now
like
raw in
sun.
form. Damn. Hey, Leo, I love this. You know, when the brothers link up and we break stuff down, I love it, man. I love it. This is real good. You know, too long now we're just stuck on the lesser degrees and just speaking this craps. But it's real good now. Like we can actually go into the symbology and break stuff down and go into the Egyptian teachings and see what's really good. What's really good. You know, what's really good. To get a verse from me, you need to be initiated. This is to all my soldiers that could see the sun of midnight. What's really good? Let me know. Let me know. All right. So again, let me actually put a what's that thing called? A discretionary note, a warning or whatever it is. I can't remember what the term is. You know what? By no means, we're going to tell you this is what it means for you in Islam. I'm not going to tell you that. No, astaghfirullah. I'm never going to say that to you. I'm just going to simply say, according to our particular teachings, we have a very same or similitude of these teachings, and we can break it down from our perspective, okay? And we see the similitude in your teachings, we're breaking it down from our perspective, okay? Like you can have your own perspective, okay? No problem, because we will understand that everybody will be seeing. For example, if you're part of a society, you might be in the same temple, okay? You may be in the same temple. Everybody is, maybe on a particular level, for example, okay? They're all seeing the same temple, but depending upon what degree or level you are on, okay? For those people who are initiated and know what I'm talking about, you see that temple in 2-3 different ways, okay? Person who's on a neophyte level is seeing it one way. Somebody who is advanced in another level is seeing it another way. Somebody who is a master of all of that is seeing it completely differently. And somebody who is even, a grandmaster is seeing it in a whole different light whatsoever. Somebody who is a grand inspector is seeing it completely differently. So that's what I'm saying to you. We all see things depending upon our different levels of understanding, awareness, and information. So by no means am I telling you this is what Islam teaches. No, I'm not going to say that. Okay, these sacred letters are secret. Okay, they're completely secret, and nobody in Islam knows this knowledge. Only Allah. Allahu alam. Okay, this is what it's been taught. So by no means this is what it is for Islam. Okay, hopefully you lot are cool with that. You lot don't have no madness, no malice in your heart. We're simply saying this is how we break stuff down, and this is what Allah knows. Okay, and this is what Allah has taught us.
Christians got noon in their Bible too. So
hey, yeah. That's right. Let's get it. You saying this is, what is it? What, 2:39? Damn. Let me just quickly see. I need to close down this show real soon as well, and then cut it up for later on. Rah. I know we
now, brother Qatar is now some things are going to be a little different. Remember, we have sex the same way anybody else has a sex, right? Islam has 73, possibly more. So he has a different idea, but he's been studying Kemet. He's been to Kemet. He speaks the language. He set up the site in the Boston Museum. So he know what he's talking about. So you got to grab him, Kalam, because he be out of control, boy.
Is he there? Is he there with us?
Yeah, we're trying to get on the show.
He trying to get on there. You in there? Here he come.
I didn't get it. You don't have to send it to me personally, man. What you're giving me is just old conversations. I'm not getting it because you convert they clean up. So I'm not getting that link.
Let me do it again.
I got Hangouts. I got Google Hangouts.
That's what you want.
Okay, I got that. They'll send you open this.
All right, mute my brother, so we can keep it. We can keep it flowing without the background noise. So, yo, so we have our own traditions, and this is how we interpret our own traditions, and we can see the similarities in your traditions with our stuff, and we see it. But again, as I'm saying to you, hopefully you guys are not offended. Okay, I don't want to offend you guys. I'm simply saying we have our own ways of looking at stuff and our own ways of interpreting stuff. Okay, so if you want to present your stuff to us, we're gonna stand back from a higher or different perspective and look at it and be like, oh, okay, so this is what it means according to our way of looking at things. Okay, I'm just gonna put that disclaimer out there. Okay, that disclaimer out there. So I don't want to get no hate from you guys for breaking down your science. Okay. And then somebody is saying Nun is a letter. Indeed, Nun is a letter. But what does that letter actually mean? Okay, what does the letter mean, and what does it represent? Okay, what does it represent? What does it represent? You tell us what it represents. Okay, you had your best, such as Ibn Abbas and other people, telling you what the Nun represents. You have, I've seen in Tabari and other places, they give you the breakdown of what it represents. And we can simply see that from our perspective, it seems as though you guys have got some similitude to the ancient Egyptian wisdom teachings. You have a similitude. We can see it, that the breakdowns that you gave were very much so succinct and concurrent with the ancient Egyptian ways of looking at it. You broke it down as being the inkwell, which is the Nun. You broke it down as being the whale, which is the Nun. You broke it down as being one of the names of Allah, which is the Nun. Yet again, it being a mercy, this is part of the Nun principle. So all of that, we can see it. The different ways that you've broken it down, we can see it within inside of our own teachings. Then you have a whole symbol, iconography, listed or even portrayed within inside of your literature itself, a bull, a whale, a this, a that, and so forth. And we can see like, oh, wow, okay. Even, Islamic scholars are saying like, wow, this is actually Egyptian iconography. And we can see it, we can see how, Re, or the gods established the heavens and the earth in strength. Okay, in strength or in strongness, which is represented by the bull, or it can even be representative of the Milky Way, the Nut principle, the Hathor principle being the calf, etc., etc. We can see these symbologies in there. We can see the symbology of Shu in there. We can see the symbology of Nun holding up the boat and so forth, which the brother from Islam or Kasha Daily clearly stated. So we see all of these different types of things there. We see it. But again, we're not going to try to tell you this is how you should interpret it. You should go back to your Islamic scholars and ask them, what does it mean? And is it true that there is the earth is on the whale's back? You should ask them these questions. Or is there a great symbology and an allegory that is actually applied towards it? Because from within inside of our teachings, there clearly is a symbology. Within inside of the Sufi teachings, or within inside of certain teachings, which they state they get it from the Egyptians, they clearly say this is the secret of nature. This is telling you about the secrets of the beginnings and the returns of stuff. So clearly, within inside of the mystical teachings, we see they claim it comes from Egypt, ancient Egypt, from the Hermetics or the Hermetic teachings, and so forth. So we're just saying that this is what it has in our teachings. So no offense, anybody. Somebody now says alam alif lam mim. What does that mean? What does that mean? And not realizing that certain to help you guys out as well, you should actually study what's it called? Study what should you study? Abjad. Study the numbers, what certain letters make up in terms of numbers as well. You should study how certain letters that's been ascribed at the top of certain surahs, how they have a rhythmical or rhyming pattern at the end of certain words as well. You should look at all of these things. That's what I'm going to say. And you should join certain mystery societies such as Sufism if you're in Islam, for them to actually elucidate and teach you the deeper meanings to the Quran. That's what I'm going to say to you. But yeah, go back to your own people. Go back to your own people to get the fuller understanding. What are you saying? Who's here, man? Who's here? What are you saying, family?
Oh, I'm just saying, man, definitely go back. I encourage everyone, because I, as a former Christian, had to do the same. Go back to your elders and find the verse in there. Like for me, it was when the disciples asked Jesus, they said, "Why do you speak in parables?" And he said, "It is for you to know the secrets of the kingdom of heaven." And so after I read the Hebrew translation and the Septuagint, and I saw where they changed heavens from sky to mislead us into this false reality that this is not the heavens that we're looking up into, then I realized that I need to know the secrets of the world that I lived in, you know, and from that point on, you know, I went on a quest for knowledge, you know, and some people aren't as wise as they may appear to be. Sometimes you will go to a man twice your age and he'll give you the same answer that you got in Sunday school. You know, and he'll just word it really funny, and be wary of that, because if you never feel like you got your answer, then I don't know how you could be whole, you know, and that's real important, you know, to be at peace.
Yeah, that's true. I'm waiting for you, my brother, because you know I'm waiting for you, Assam, man, because really and truly, I'm trying to get to bed.
I know y'all got
So you let me know what's good.
man. ETEM hit tap to my brother Kumba. That's a younger brother. When you see the younger brothers like this right here, you divulge as much knowledge to them as possible. You feed them, because you are the Asar. You will pass on, and he is your Heru. He will live on, and he will carry what you do, what your works are, and they will become his works, and he will add to those works, and he will venerate what was there before. This way it continues on and on, as the Islam continues for the Muslim brothers, as the Christians have their forefathers, and as you all have temples in the Ramesseum. If you're a Christian, if you're a Muslim, if you're a Krishna, we know your temples are there because you messed up some of the walls, but we know you came there to learn, so we give you the forgiveness, right? So, Ankwasjet, till there's a new Nacheru Kap, there's a new Nasut Biti on the throne, giving direction to the world and the universe about ancient Kemet and true enlightenment. And not just Kemet, Kentihin no fear, its mother. The guidance from Africa that you need, so you respect the earth, respect the world, and the universe around you, and you as people in person. Uncle Washed, Uncle Johnson, that life, strength, and help to you all.
All right, I'm gonna say peace and hotep to my brothers and sisters out there. I'm gonna sign out now. I'm gonna sign out because I don't think we should be dropping any more knowledge like this. But if you guys do want to see some more knowledge like this and get into the real mystery stuff, like holler at me. Like we'll set up with some shows and go into the real mysteries. But for now, I'm gonna sign out. Thank you guys for watching. I'm hopefully gonna split up into like either 2 or 3 shows, so it's easier for everybody to kind of look at. But yeah, peace, love, hotep, salam.